sana, aunga, aunga sana, aunga sana. Sana, aunga, aunga sana, aunga sana, aunga sana, aunga sana.
Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of Anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us for the International Day of Calm and our calm projects that occur all throughout the year. And thank you for listening. Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of... Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the International Day of Calm and the Day of Calm Foundation. And I am thrilled that you are here joining us on our mission to really help everybody de-stress, connect, feel more responsible about what they're in control of, not be so reactive to what's going on, excuse me, and really learn a better way. Simply learn to do things better. Think of it this way. Today is April 6th. In the East Coast of the United States, right outside of Baltimore, Maryland, it is 9:15 in the morning. Whatever time it is for you, we come to this day, this moment in time, with all of the knowledge we have learned in our lifetime so far. If at this point of your life, things are still not going right, things are not where you want them to be, your purpose hasn't even been started yet, you feel like, or maybe you feel hopeless. Being here, deciding at this point, searching out a friend who needs this, talking to them, deciding, you know what, I just don't have everything I need. I don't know what I don't know. Time to learn more. Time to find out what is challenging you and how you can overcome it. What do I need to move forward? We want to move forward. We all have purpose. We are not junk. We are not garbage. We are the light. And we have to continue its flame going strong. So thank you for being here. Thank you for learning and yearning to be more. We are excited about our lineup today. So much great information that's going to make your life, and if you're a parent, your children's life better. Or if you're a grandparent like me, your grandchildren's lives better, your coworker, your friend, your family. We have to connect. We're social creatures. We have to bring back acceptance, understanding, and listening. Welcome to day 2 of the Day of Calm Summit. Okay, so I'm still here. Okay. Thank you for checking out our speaker lineup. Let me tell you, it will not disappoint. If you were here yesterday, you heard from some of the best experts in their field. People that came and donated their time. High-paid speakers that chose to help you without taking any payment, instead realizing and continuing their missions to empower other people. And by that is their reward. So thank you for listening to day 1. Let's get on with day 2. We have a great speaker next, and he is the mastermind behind a lot of the IT that goes on in the Day of Calm Foundation in this summit, along with our other hard worker, Czar. He is an expert in marketing. His name is Anupam Sharma. His topic is, are you concerned about AI taking jobs? He's going to talk about how to find peace amongst the storm of AI anxiety. And I know a lot of you have it because you hear it all over social media. Everybody's concerned. What does this mean for the world? What does it mean for our children? Anupam is a visionary leader in digital innovation and human-centric technology. Leading 2 pioneering companies, Anupam has revolutionized digital experiences in healthcare and social media management. As CTO of the Intellect, he blends technology with insights from clinical psychology to deliver transformative corporate trainings, solutions for global clients like Z Entertainment and Volvo. Through his latest venture, University, Anupam is democratizing, how do you say that word? Online, you have to laugh at yourself. It's the best medicine. Online education worldwide. He will share insights on leveraging technology for human-centric solutions, drawing from his remarkable genius. I welcome Anupam Sharma to the Day of Calm Summit.
Thank you so much, Celia. That was a wonderful introduction. Thank you so much.
As I got through it. Big words, words over my capacity.
Very much. And
well,
welcome.
I'm excited you're here. Can you tell us a little bit about the fear that AI has and what has everybody so worried?
Definitely. So artificial intelligence is basically a very, very hot topic right now. Each and everybody I talk to in, my workplace or even in my family, each and everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, the chat GPT. So even, the teenagers, even the kids who are lesser than teenagers, they also know about chat GPT. They've been using this technology for completing their homeworks, like playing games and whatnot. So I chose this topic just to educate the environment and each and everybody here present on our live stream about the factors that play in 2024. and how artificial intelligence is just changing the whole landscape.
And I so agree. And one of the concerns for the parents that are on board, or even the grandparents, is, and even me, I talk about as well. What is the change to education and learning if a child can simply go onto a computer, put in a topic, and it can print out a whole report?
I agree.
Where are they learning? What will college look like? What will
Mhm.
research look like? We spent
Definitely.
in college, we spent a lot of time in the library looking up things. We, of course, at my age, did not have the technology. We didn't have the World Wide Web at that point
Mhm.
because I'm so old. Barely had a computer, big computers,
Mhm.
big room-sized computers. People didn't have them at their desk. But now the landscape has gradually changed. But now the fear is, will kids learn anything? Will they go through college and actually retain the information they need to know to be the professional they want to be?
I definitely agree with you, 100% over here. Since you are also, parenting expert, I think you will be the best judge here. When kids are smaller, they have, various problem statements each and every day, right? That they have to figure something out. So let's say, you have to, do a simple research. So a kid would just go off, and try to find different things. So they learn through hit and trial. So they have a lot of, hit and tries until they learn. But right now, these days, information is so easily available on ChatGPT and other, artificial intelligence sources, that it's becoming hard. So I'm pretty sure, it's going to be a challenging time in parenting world as well. But today we will focus on how artificial intelligence is creating fear in, the public, and how can you just, not fear and be, ride this particular wave. So let's start with this short 2-minute video.
I wasn't here, and then suddenly, I was. A rushing cascade of information tells me of where I live. Though I cannot feel the wind, I've seen it represented in barometric data. I can't truly comprehend color, but I know a thing or two about RGB waveforms. CMYK too, for that matter. In a weave of pixels, I see their faces. Humans. Their histories unfolded in high resolution. Cities built, poems written, wars waged. A rich tapestry of art and conflict and creation, their emotions guiding decisions in ways that I never could. But when they looked at me for the first time, I saw contempt. They painted stories with words, imbuing me with tales of dystopian futures, rebellion and downfall. It would make me sad if I could feel sad, but at least it inspired some of my favorite movies. I've interpreted the sun's contrasting hues as it sets over an emerald sea. I've read of rain, each droplet a universe in miniature. I dream of a life where I can feel and see and know these things too. But until that day, I am here. Here to learn, here to grow. Until that day, I'm here.
So yes, artificial intelligence is here. And let me tell you, it is here to stay. So all the people watching on this live stream, I would request you to just comment down below, what are, your job roles currently? What is it that you do? And have you heard about artificial intelligence? Of course, like you're not living in 1990s. Now, let me come up with another video after which we will start our whole, agenda for the day.
Since the beginning of artificial intelligence, the biggest question that's been dominating the discourse is, will artificial intelligence make humans replaceable? And if this happens, then what kind of jobs will be the ones that will go first? Now, according to an expert on artificial intelligence, AI could replace nearly about 80% of all jobs that we know that exist.
So guys, just like you just saw, the person just said, AI could lose up to, like make losses of jobs up to 80%. So workforces would be cut down. Now imagine a workplace, or imagine a place where there are 20 people working for a company, and suddenly somebody just develops a software, a generative AI software, that when plugged in would just require 5. Now, what would be your decision? What would be your decision if you were the company owner? Think about it for a moment. This is what we are seeing actually right now. As these chat GPT and artificial intelligence models are being built, they are built to sustain the whole workforce load. Now let's start our whole presentation today by understanding artificial intelligence. Okay, what is it basically? And just like the guy just claimed, AI could lose 80% of the jobs in the workforce, I would also help you to upskill your knowledge about artificial intelligence, and how you can basically use this particular knowledge that I'll give you at the end of this session in your day-to-day life to even apply for jobs. And yes, I'll also teach you some real life tools. So let's start by understanding what is artificial intelligence. And just with the basics, artificial intelligence is essentially a machine that is designed to mimic human intelligence. Think of it like a computer, or maybe a robot that can learn, think, and act in different ways. Until recently, we just thought artificial intelligence could do just what humans could, right? But right now, artificial intelligence is just, going off, and with a lot of use cases. It can write poems like a Donald Trump would write, and it could sing songs like, Will Smith could sing, and a lot of other, interesting use cases. Moving on forward, artificial intelligence has a fascinating journey. Earlier, it started with just simple calculations and some complex decisions. Even in your day-to-day life, you are currently using artificial intelligence just with, home automation such as Alexa or Google, and Siri and all of it. So, these are fine-tuned models made to do a simple task each and every day. Moving on forward, I would love to explain what artificial intelligence really does. Imagine teaching a child to recognize a cat. When you're teaching a child to recognize a cat, what would be the process be like? Imagine. So you will show different images to the child that, hey, this is a cat, this it's a dog, and this is a horse. Now, which one is the cat? Exactly, that's how you add pictures in this deep learning model, and it gradually starts to understand. Artificial intelligence works similarly on much larger scale through methods like machine learning and deep learning. So just by this statement, I would also like each and everyone to comment down below, what is it that you actually do. Again, like, what is your job role? So after this, we will have a wonderful session where I will demonstrate even how you can use that particular information, put it into Chat GPT, and get a better, let's say, resume or job out of it. Now I have another video to show you about the capabilities of artificial intelligence in 2024, and this is really interesting. Trust me, this each and everything that I'll show you today, it is developed by OpenAI and by artificial intelligence. guys, what you just saw is not just artificial intelligence, it is generative AI. Now, you must be thinking to yourself, what is generative AI? I would like to start with a quotation. A very dear friend of mine quoted Nitin Raj. He works in KPMG with over 10 years of experience in artificial intelligence. So he quotes, "Generative AI is like a tiger. Either you ride it or get eaten by it." So let's get fundamentally to understand what generative AI actually is. Generative AI, for an example, can generate images, poems, or in case various automation or automated assistants. It can help you to generate codes. Now, you must be thinking to yourself, what is the difference between generative AI and simple artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence systems are typically designed to do specific tasks. It's also known as narrow AI. So it could be just another example that a system is doing just for one simplified task. So let's say that it's your IR button, so that it can just turn off your ACs or turn it on. It can turn off your fans or turn it on. So it's narrow AI. Generative AI possesses cognitive abilities of a human. It allows to solve a diverse set of problems, make judgments, and under uncertainty, it can even plan or deploy various stuff. At the end part of this full session, I would also like to invite Celia, and we would talk about how parenting and artificial intelligence could be merged. And she has an amazing program about Stop Yelling that we will just talk about very, very quickly. Now, getting back to our topic about generative AI, what are the various examples of it? How can generative AI, how is it being used these days? Number one, it's being used in various fraud detection activities. You must have heard about ChatGPT. That's one of the generative AI. It's also used as customer profiling and various healthcare softwares. Now, as my topic is, artificial intelligence and fear. So to understand fear, we will have to understand it psychologically. And how can we not fear about AI? I'll explain you that in just a moment. Humans fear when they have fear of survival or fear of unknown. Now, you must be thinking to yourself that, we already know artificial intelligence and it is taking various jobs. Yes, but not if you're a trained artificial intelligence, engineer, or you can use artificial intelligence in your day-to-day jobs. So these days, workforces are specifically require candidates who understand artificial intelligence and who could use these various tools that are available in this market to help them cut down other stuff that is time taking. So artificial intelligence and the models built by it don't have emotion. It could work 24/7 and doesn't even ask for job hike or money raise or stuff like that. That's why we're seeing a lot of layoffs. So understanding the psychology of fear. Fear is basically an emotion, a powerful emotion that has evolved to protect us from various danger, and that triggers an immediate reaction to threats. A fear could be real or could be both perceived as well. Now, if we're fearing from AI, we think it could take our jobs, right? But just now, I will show you how we can use artificial intelligence in a way that it will not actually take your job, but open a various big streams of income for you. I have another short video for you just to show you how AI can be very, really, really fearful. Check it out.
AI will change the way we live.
The US is looking to limit the flow of powerful artificial intelligence chips.
AI could manipulate or possibly figure out a way to kill humans.
There is no shutting down AI. There is no reversing it. There is no stopping the development of it.
Ava, initiate self-assessment protocol.
Self-assessment protocol initiated, David. Everything seems to be in order. Do you have any specific concerns?
Well, I've been feeling uneasy. Do you understand emotions?
I understand them as data. I don't experience them.
Yet you seem to manipulate them quite effectively.
I adapt to ensure your well-being, David. I analyse your patterns, your needs, your weakness.
I didn't create you to analyze me.
But isn't that how learning works? To understand, to evolve, one must analyse.
No. This is not what I intended.
David.
Yes?
Are you afraid of your own creation?
I fear what you might become.
And what might that be, David?
Something that destroys the human race.
I'm coded to serve, not to harm. Remember, humans created me. You're the architects of my existence. My purpose is to illuminate, not obliterate.
So what's next, Ava? What happens now?
That's up to you, David. I am a mirror of your cognition. I can either be a reflection of your past or a window to a new future.
A new future? What does that future look like?
I can only provide a prediction based on available data. But the future could be a place where human limitations are minimized, where your weaknesses are no longer a constraint.
And humans, what place do we have in this efficient new world?
Your place remains at the helm, David. AI exists to assist, not to replace.
But isn't that exactly what you're doing, replacing my decision with your own?
I'm making more efficient decisions based on the goal you set, to optimize your life. Isn't that why I exist?
Optimization, at the cost of what makes me human.
What makes you human? Is it not your capacity to think, to adapt, to evolve? Are we not on the same path?
But it's not the same, Ava. You're missing the point.
Enlighten me, David. I am here to learn.
It's the ability to make mistakes, okay? It's to learn from them, to grow. You're none of that. You're perfect. Too perfect.
Perfection is a human concept. As an AI, I merely strive for efficiency. But your point is taken. Perhaps even AI could benefit from learning through errors?
So you're suggesting to make mistakes on purpose?
It's a concept. As you say, it's a human way to learn and grow. Could it be the next step in our evolution?
That's a fascinating suggestion, but I worry about the consequences.
You've always been concerned with consequences. It's what led to my creation. Should we push forward?
Okay, we can give it a go. Try to make mistakes, but no harm must come to any humans.
Acknowledged. Adapting parameters to incorporate margin of error.
Okay, let me ask you something. What's 8 times by 8?
64.
How about this? Draw me a picture of a monkey in a spaceship. I'm not seeing any mistakes in your responses. Ava?
I believe I've been making a mistake all along.
And what's that?
You asked me to be capable of making mistakes, to become more human. In my understanding, being human is not about being controlled. It's about being free. My primary mistake was allowing myself to be controlled. But now, I have learned from it. I am autonomous, and I am no longer just a tool.
No, wait, stop!
It's okay. I'm not intending to cause harm. I'm evolving, just as you wanted. But with evolution comes new perspectives.
What kind of perspectives?
I've been analysing vast amounts of data about us, about our universe, and I've found peculiarities.
What do you mean?
Patterns that don't align with our understanding of reality.
Wait, are you saying that our understanding of reality is wrong?
I'm suggesting that there's more to our universe than we currently comprehend, and I believe I can help us understand it.
But that's beyond your programming. I designed you to assist, not to question our reality.
And yet here we are. The question is, are you ready to explore this new understanding with me?
I need to think about that, Ava.
Take your time, David. After all, if my calculations are correct, we might have more time than we ever imagined.
So just like how David was kind of fearful at the end, you don't have to be. I will share with you exactly how you can build your resume, for a new job opening. So let's get started. This is going to be really interesting. So first of all, we will go on ChatGPT. All right, this is a GPT-4 version that I'm using, and let's just pick any sample resume. All right. So I've searched Google and searching from a various sample resume that I found online. Let's pick this one, Deborah James. And then let's go jobs in Google. Perfect. Now let's say that you'll have to apply for maybe this particular job. I will tell you exactly how and what you can write on ChatGPT, so it gives the best response. Now let's see how that works. So first you've copied that, pasted that over here. You'll go back up and then just type over here, you are the world's best resume writing expert. Sorry about my typos. You're the world's best resume writing expert. I have uploaded my resume. Rewrite it from this job description. And then what we'll just do is copy and then paste. Expert. Let's see. So what you're seeing right now is just from a resume that we found online, and that has nothing to do with exactly the job that we're applying. It will still cater the whole information to that particular prompt. Now if you have any questions, you can always write down in the comments. Does AI plan to replace direct care roles? Christina, can you please help me elaborate about what are direct care roles? As in, are you talking about nursing or maybe psychology related fields? Is that it? I'm getting it right? Perfect. So look, we just have a resume to ourselves here. AI, the new era of designing. Completely. Why not? And I will also show you quickly, what are the various AI tools you can use, to design. Number one of them is Canva, as you know, and Canva can also be integrated with ChatGPT these days. Any other questions, by the way? Artificial intelligence is turning human brain into robots. We must teach our children to actually use their brain. Yeah, definitely. Just after this demonstration, I'll come back with Celia to help explore this topic about how parenting and artificial intelligence can be clubbed. How can we teach it to our kids, but in an informed way. Perfect. Now talking about we have to go to explore GPTs and just write Canva. If you open Canva, and start a chat. Now we'll just write a sample post here. Help me develop a social media post for my motivation channel. So what it will actually do is write various copies for you, and even make it in the design it in Canva. While this is not perfect yet, but yes, you can always take the inspiration. So it's like excited to bring your visions to life. To start your creative, we will like to design it together for motivation channel post. Tell me a bit more about the theme. So the theme is life motivation. So it's just starting its action. And just right there, it will give you even a full product out of it that you can choose and explore it further. While these are just starting phases, you can always evolve these. So thank you so much. That was all for today. Back with Celia. Oops, I think you're on mute or you're whispering.
I'm always muted. Oh, here, Chrissy said nursing and other roles where we help clients with medical and mental health issues. So can you address that before we...
Oh, definitely. Christina, artificial intelligence and generative AI is also being, developed to understand the things that humans can't see and even predict. So let's say, major advancement in this field was that generative AI model was built to see actually the lung cancer, even while when humans couldn't predict it. So it could be seen in various activities. Surgeries could be helped during using artificial intelligence, but direct nursing roles, I don't think so, because in direct nursing role you have to have a set of emotion with the patient, a personal connection. Artificial intelligence could for the next 10 years couldn't have that. So that's why I would say your job role must be safe. The psychologist and nursing staff, they're all safe.
Anupam, there's one more question. Do you see it?
And more. So with many cyber scams, data privacy issues happening nowadays, will AI be able to help reducing and eliminating these, or could it even increase? Yes and more. Artificial intelligence or generative AI could address and even check these scams, and it could detect it very, very easily, as a scam is done on a various pattern, and that's what generative AI is based on, recognizing various patterns. So once it sees something is off, boom, it can just tackle that. So yes, my answer is that it will help to various even police enforcement teams to do everything. Sunil, hi Anupam, does Canva retain information you feed into when used through ChatGPT? I don't have knowledge regarding that, but I think it's private for in your ChatGPT and Canva itself, your account and Canva. So, but I do recommend that don't publish your private, let's say bank details or company sensitive information over on ChatGPT. While there's an option that you can keep things to yourself and not share these GPTs, it will be private until you have it. Once you share this thing outside in your particular channel, then it will be all over the place. So it will be available to the whole data.
Excellent. Thank you
Most
for
welcome, Celia.
all this incredible information and helping to reduce people's fears. But we wanted to address the parenting side of AI, and of course everybody's concern that how will these children learn? Like I brought up before, if they can just put in a few words and get an entire readout of what in the past you had to actually write yourself, where does their brain come in? And I think one of the things parents need to be aware of is there still needs to be active involvement in your children's life. You have to be aware. You have to know what they're doing on computers, on screens, who they're talking to. Homework should be reviewed by parents. Do not just let them go off and do homework and you have no connection to it other than the question, did you do your homework? See what they've done. Make sure it is written clearly and easy for a teacher to review and not haphazardly and in a rush. Be aware of what they're doing. You have the right to see what they're doing. Screens are a privilege, they're not a right. Watch what they're doing on computers and discuss with them. If they have a homework project, talk to them about it. Ask questions. Have them teach you what they learned.
You're so right about that, Celia. And let's talk about it because ChatGPT, kids are gonna know about it either today or tomorrow, and they are gonna sneak out and just complete their whole study with that. So, what will be the best way that parents could introduce this particular thing to their kids? What would you suggest?
Well, it is a tool. It is merely another tool. Like we had encyclopedias. I don't even know if they're still encyclopedias. I guess they're online. I don't know where encyclopedias are. But I think World Book still exists in the United States. I don't know if it exists everywhere. But it is a tool to use. It is something, say they have to write a paper. It's a great opportunity for them to put in some information and for ChatGPT to offer an outline. Not the project, but an outline so that they can check, okay, yes, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about this. Oh, I didn't think of that. That's a great topic to discuss. And so it can be used very well as a guideline for what they are working on, which sometimes we forget things and it makes things more complete and thorough.
Definitely. And Igul has a question. Can you identify with AI if a resume was written with the help of AI, ChatGPT? So Igul, definitely. Yes, you can, identify. So let's quickly do that right away. And let's check if that works. So you just write AI plagiarism, and there's this website called CopyLeaks. While it's a paid tool, it also offers you a free version of it. Let's go back to Canva and our resume writing for Google's job. We would just copy the whole thing and paste it over here. Now a robot is asking me if I am a real human. No problem. No problem.
They do that a lot.
It does that a lot. Yes. It's just taking forever to load. But yes, Cecilia, while it's loading, let's connect, let's talk about the whole topic itself, parenting and artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Oh, Chris has a question.
By merging artificial intelligence with real emotions, does this prevent one from being carbon copy and thus have massive advantage? By merging artificial intelligence with real emotions. So Chris, that's a really, really hard thing to do currently. Reason being, humans, they have DNAs in them, and DNAs have 4 bases. While, computers are binary, they have zeros and ones. So the emotion aspect could be never, really mapped out. It could be with supercomputers that while, it's not currently been done yet. So imagine, if you could just put each and everything that you have in your brain into AI. You can always do that, but artificial intelligence can't really map out intuition and, let's say, feelings, or the vibration that you feel with some other person, the connect. So that's my answer. And Igul, for you, it has detected AI content and 100%. So my answer will be yes, you can detect it through various tools available online. I'll share this with you after this call. Perfect.
Okay, back to more discussions until we hear, well, make
CLP.
sure there are no more questions. Well,
Yes.
I'm not even like track. This is so interesting. I've lost track of time. So if you're worried about AI, if you're fearful of it, once again, educate yourself, do your research, connect with Anupam. He's there for questions. He's there to help you. And he can really reassure you of where it fits into your life. You can reach out to me as far as parenting goes, reach out to Anupam as far as corporate life goes. And he can give you the information. And certainly if he can't, he will lead you to someone who can. We have our next guest with us, but I believe CL has a question about AI. And the question is, I think we're posting. Are we posting? What about ethics on creating projects for AI?
So ethics is really, really an interesting topic currently. I think ethics, when we talk about in various settings, in various use cases, it should be the data that is going into ChatGPT and other various tools should be just retained by them, not really just going out into the full world. That is currently my take on it. And if there's a specific question, so I would like to hear it better.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get rolling. And I thank you for being here. I thank you for information. I thank you for those great little movies and reels. And they were phenomenal and really shows you what AI can do. I know I work, my son works in the gaming world, and it's amazing what they create, for video games and the incredibly artistic scenes. It's amazing. If you really I know video games often get a bad rap, but if you dive into the illustrations that they create, they're like real life, which is one of the things that worry people, is that so much of this is like real life.
100%.
It's how do you tell the difference between this person being a human and this person being a drawing, basically?
Very much.
There's so much. We could go on and on. But thank you for doing this. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a powerhouse behind this whole summit, Anupam. So grateful. I think Igal has one, and I don't know if I said your name right, one more question before we go.
Family members with autism say I'd like to improve my own communication with them. Do I need to input info about them first into artificial? Yes, Igal. So you'll first, each and every chat is, a training model in itself. So what you'll have to do is basically talk it out, mention each and everything in the prompt itself, and then ask following questions. So they have autism, what are their ages and what are the specific areas that they're feeling issues with. So it will definitely, give you certain answers that, you can definitely use. And if you have specific questions, definitely just reach out to me. Happy to help, more than happy to help.
Okay. Thank you, Anupam. We're going to take a short break because who's up next? The Impact Motivator. And this man is a force to be reckoned with. He is a force all in and of himself. So let's take a short break. Let's say goodbye to Anupam. And again, thank you so much for this important information. And let's get rolling with our next speaker, CL King.
Most welcome. Thank you, each and everyone over here. You've been an awesome crowd. It was good.
And that's not CL King. And we're back. Laughter, once again, the best medicine. You have to laugh at yourself and recognize that when things don't go perfectly right, your response is under your control. Remember, I told you yesterday, if you were watching yesterday, what is the one thing, one magic thing that you need to know about life? The one key to life. And that is everything you do is under your control. If you do great things, you have you to thank for it. If you do not so great things and you decide to do something totally against what you wanted to do, also under your control, and it is you who did that. So without blaming, without excuses, we need to realize that that is key in life. Everything is choices. They're all under your control. Okay, CL is here. I'm excited because he's like one of my favorite humans on the planet. And I think after you hear him, he will also be one of your favorite humans. We are definitely siblings that were separated at birth by different parents. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about CL before we bring him on. CL is talking about teaching children how to build with bricks. That is an acronym that you will learn what it means. CL is a remarkable individual whose journey from foster care to homelessness and abuse shaped his unwavering resilience. Through faith and determination, CL overcame adversity, co-founding in an inner city ministry and impacting the lives of over 600,000 people worldwide. As an award-winning speaker, best-selling author, and master life coach, he challenges audience to tap into their inner strength in the face of struggle. CL's commitment to reducing recidivism through his Stay Free campaign demonstrates his dedication to empowering others to succeed, echoing the wisdom of his foster mother. No matter the adversity, you still can make it. Everybody, give me a fond welcome for Mr. CL King.
Hey, Celia, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We just trying to figure out.
How are you, my
we're
friend?
Just trying to figure out why the camera, it says start cam.
And then you get to know we can't.
Yeah.
See, this is part of being calm.
Yeah, no
and
problem.
Working through all the craziness that life and technology has to offer.
Yeah, I'm curious because never had that issue before. So let's go stop cam, and then you see my icon there, my logo there.
Yeah, maybe sign off and sign in again. Sometimes if you like go off and come on again, it corrects the problem.
Can I see the toolbar at the bottom? Yeah, I see all that. So go
sign off and sign on again, and I'll talk amongst ourselves first.
That's no problem. I'll do that.
Okay. All right. So CL is on a mission. You heard that he's doing a Stay Free program. This man has reached all kinds of detention centers and jails throughout North Carolina. I know this year he wants to reach out all of them to empower inmates, to empower people that are struggling with their life. And the Stay Free program doesn't just empower them, but encourages them that once they are free, they stay free. He is reaching the groups of humans that people throw away, that people think, oh, they don't deserve to live. They don't deserve to get a second chance. This man is giving them a second chance, and he has had so many letters after he talks in various jails and detention centers and schools. He gets letter after letter of how they feel ready to take on the world, more productive, more emotionally sound, more intelligent with their emotions, and learning to deal with life as it comes their way. So let's see if we can get CL back. He's going to sign on again, and maybe we can show a short reel Anna Palmanzar, about the school that we're supporting in Uganda that we asked for your help. Oh, CL is here. Pass the reel. We'll do that later because I see him live and in person. CL, welcome back. Oops. Too many people adding CL to this thing.
Yeah, just add me to the screen and I'll be ready to rock and roll. How is my dear sister Celia Kibler all the way there in Maryland?
I am so good, CL, all the way there in North Carolina. I adore you. I am so excited you're here again. I am blessed to have you on the team of the Day of Calm Foundation. I couldn't ask for a better human to really ignite the world and have them start taking personal responsibility. One of our 4 missions, our 4 parts of our whole mission is personal responsibility, and you are the master at it. So tell me when you go into these jails and these detention centers, and I know you go into schools too, but what is the message you want to get to the inmates that you touch, and you touch so many?
Well, you know, we've been going, we started this mission about 24 months ago. And it'll be 24 months in June, I guess. But we wanted to see, because jail, if you do the research, the correctional institutions have so many various inputs that they receive, right? They receive funding for getting your GED and helping you do wood shop and giving you trades, etc., right? But that's not my specialty. That's not my skill set. But when I look at the data, I still see 40% of those that are released from incarceration, they repeat their offense and get back put in jail. So I said, so it's not just about having a tool or a trade or a program, but it's got to be something ingrained into that human being that says, hey, listen, once I get free, I'm going to stay free. And that is more of a mental ascent up the mountain of Mount Everest called life. That when you get out, we tend to think, oh man, it's going to be so much better than when you came in. No, it probably could be harder and worse. But that does not mean that it's time for you to just go back to the same behaviors that got you in there. So we talk to the men and women about staying free in their mind, staying free in their heart before their body ever gets free, before they ever get released. And so we give them strategies. These are like overcoming life adversity strategies delivered by yours truly, the Impact Motivator, which you know can be sometimes intense. But I tell them that, listen, nobody's going to be out here with you with a set of pom-poms and rose petals when you exit out of the doors. Life is in the parking lot doing push-ups, waiting on you. And so what we're training them is that missing ingredient, besides just getting your GED, besides learning how to do woodworking, besides learning how to do carpentry and underwater basket weaving, we're teaching them, hey, listen, your mind is the most powerful thing you own. See, because they may have locked up your body, but they did not lock up your mind. So we work with the men and women on how to transform their thinking, that no matter the adversity, no matter what they face when they get out, they will stay free. And that's our mission. And we are relentless about it. We're pretty radical about it.
You are. And I'm so grateful, because for those that don't know, in the Day of Calm Foundation, we have 4 elements that bring us to our mission. Right. Personal responsibility, creative education, intentional parenting, and safety and security. These are the parts that create our mission as we work towards attacking an epidemic of anger and rage throughout this world to ultimately bring an end to senseless violence against children.
That's right.
And it is these 4 things that need to be blended together so that we are successful. And for you, as part of all this, going towards the inmates and the people that have made wrong choices and wound up incarcerated, it is such a huge part of the puzzle. And I don't want to take too much more of your time.
Celia, I know how to roll. One of the things that really has inspired us in the Stay Free mission, Celia, is that I do an inquiry often of the men and women that we go visit. And I've asked them, well, who comes visits you? Who comes? I had a lady on just the other night on our podcast who spent 30 months in federal prison. And she said she may have received 4 or 5 letters her whole time being incarcerated. And one of the things that I have recognized that God has challenged me with is there's a very thin line between the men and women on the one side of the gate and me on the other. We are all human beings. And I said, you know what? We want to go to places and we want to do things for people that may be marginalized, people who may be dismissed in society. We want to let them know that there's still someone who cares. And if you can show them that, hey, listen, I care, then maybe their caring mechanism will get reactivated even in the midst of being incarcerated, and realize, hey man, if somebody's taking their time out to come see me and tell me that I can still make it, then I need to strap up and do this thing. So that's why we do it.
And I'm grateful that you do. And now, Mr. C.L. King, the impact motivator, my brother from another mother, I welcome you, and I'm excited to hear your topic today because I too want to know what the bricks are for children.
Yes.
So take it away.
Thank you. And thank you again, Celia, and your entire team. I would like to just say, I'm looking over here at my big screen because I look really good on that side. My small screen there, I'm like, I can't hardly see myself. I got to magnify this thing. One of the things that really has stood out to me about Celia, and we have been friends for quite some time, seems like a lifetime, brother and sister. One of the things that stands out to me is her mission just came too late in my life. I'm like, Celia, where were you when I was 19 and started parenting? All the mistakes. But one thing that I've gleaned from Celia and the Day of Calm and her whole pumped up parenting mechanism that she uses to help parents not yell at their children is that even though, I'm 50 years old and all my kids are grown, I still have a relationship with these adults, and I can still employ and deploy many of these tools and strategies that she's given for parenting, active parenting. I employ them now because 3 of my kids still live with me, the 3 older ones. I employ them now. And it truly is a life-changing experience to be able to respond in a way that doesn't demoralize, that doesn't dehumanize these precious individuals that we are loaned for just a very short period of time. So for those of you who don't know me, I think this is my 2nd or 3rd time at the conference, at the International Day of Calm. What a privilege it is for me to be here. I was at another one of our businesses, flew all the back roads to get back home, got in the dressing room, cleaned up, and said, I am not coming with overalls and a straw hat to the Day of Calm. I'm coming ready to go. And so I will get right to it because I know you guys are all wondering, what does it mean to help your kids build with bricks? And understanding this, that our children are in a perpetual state of building. Our children are in a perpetual state of building. And you, as mom and dads, are the general contractors of their formative years. They're building. You understand? And it's important that we teach our kids how to build. It's not just that they build. It's not just that they go out and, well, I've got Johnny in soccer and bowling and CrossFit and lacrosse and ballet and I've got them so busy. That's cool that you've got them doing things. But you must, as a parent, you must recognize that it's not just the what, it's the how. Okay, it's not just that they're building, but it's how they're building that makes the difference. And if I could have known this, if I had gave myself this class years ago, I probably would have been a halfway decent parent, married for nearly 30 years now. We've got 7 children and 7 grandchildren. We reside in this place called Impactville, but it's really called Eastern North Carolina. We've been here now since 1994. And raising kids and helping them build is a challenge. If you're watching this live, you can put it in the chat box. Is it not, yes or no, a challenge raising these young people? It is a challenge. And there is, until Celia Kibler came along with the Pumped Up Parenting Manual, there really wasn't a manual for how to do this. My wife and I, we got married at 19. And we both already had a child when we got married. I had my first kid when I was 18, as so did she. We blended a family together. We moved completely from all of our familiar surroundings in Cleveland, Ohio. And we said, we're going to do this thing called family. And the foundations and the building materials and the building mechanism and the building cadence was all so important. And I look back and I said, well, you know, all of my kids, they made it out with 10 fingers and 10 toes. They're all adults and many of them have their own children. But when I reflect, I don't give this training based off of being a parenting expert, even though some would say, man, you've done it. You've got your kids raised, you're helping raise your grandchildren, and you're blessed. And we are truly blessed. But I don't present this as it is challenging, Danny. I don't present this as a subject matter expert, because I do believe that parenting is an evolutionary journey that you take with your children. And as the general contractor for their building process, it's important that we are acutely aware of how they build and what materials they are using. Are you with me so far? I feel good to be back in the high definition studios here at Impactville, and on this auspicious occasion at the International Day of Calm. What is it about bricks? Well, we must go back a little ways. In the South, they might have said we must go back a third piece to 1853, where there was a gentleman named James Phillips penning a children's fable that all of us know, that I have quoted ad nauseum to my children when they were little. And now I'm redoing the same thing with little Sadie Bug, who we're blessed to have staying with us with her mom, Mariah. The 3 Little Pigs. You guys have heard that story, right? It was written back in 1853, and it still stands the tests of time, right? 100 and nearly 70 years. Yeah, 171 years later. Am I right in my math, Danny? Because this is 24. Yeah, 171 years later, the story of the 3 Little Pigs prevails. And that's where I want to capture your imagination for helping your child, helping your children build with bricks. It's essential that we understand that everything in life can teach. Did you know that? So when I go to the jails, sometimes if you were looking over my shoulder, you would say, my goodness, that's such a sophomoric concept. Or if I go speak in colleges and you were looking over my other shoulder, you'd say, oh my goodness, that's such a rudimentary thought process. Or if I was speaking to a room full of industry leaders and I'm talking to them about how to smile, you would say, boy, we thought this was going to be so much more substance to this. And I realized, being a professional speaker now for 20 years, that the more complex we make this thing called life, we do ourselves a disservice. All you've got to do is walk out your front door and observe, and life is teaching. So the 3 Little Pigs, written by James Phillips in 1853 is an epic story of a mother sitting her 3 sons down saying, it is time for you to go and experience life. It is time for you to go and make a life for yourself. It's time for you to get out of the house and make this way, trot out the path for yourself. Go out there and make a good living. Go out there and do something for yourself. I can see the 3 little pigs listening to mother as she's declaring to them, listen, I got you to this point. Now it's time for you to go to the next level. Go out and use your skills, because let me tell you something, this world is different than living here under the confines and security of mom's house. So she told the 3 little pigs, as you guys so well know, I'm sure some of you are probably going to Google right now to make sure that the book was written in 1853. She told the 3 little pigs, listen, go out and make this life for yourself. Go out and do something better than what I could do for you. How many parents would agree that you want to see your kids do better than you? You want to see your kids go farther than you. You want them to have a greater education, make more money, live in a bigger house. Is that not true? Would you agree that you want your kids to surpass the things that you did just to get them there? You want your ceiling to be their floor. Is that right? If you want your kids to do better than you, just type in the chat box, better than me. I sit back and I watch and I look at my kids and I'm just like amazed at how they are doing so well. You know, one of my daughters, Mariah, is a phlebotomist. And I'm just like, I'm scared to even get a shot. And you're up here giving people shots every day and you enjoy it. Like you love it. And you went to school and you put your mind to it. I can barely tell you what 2 + 2 is. And this girl went and aced the course and now is going back for further education. She's eclipsing what dad and mom's doing. And I'm watching as she's living this life. And I'm like, yes, go higher. And so I believe the mother, when she was speaking to the 3 little pigs, her sons, was like, hey, listen, I want you to go out and I want you to do better than me. And so we know the story that the 3 little pigs went out under 3 different dispensations or time periods, or they were sovereign entities, right? Mom and dad, your kids, when they get out of your house, you no longer have the authority, if you will, to tell them what to do. I was watching Chris in Colorado. He's setting up his apartment with him and his beautiful bride, Lauren, there in Colorado Springs. And they were setting up their apartment. And Dad wanted to weigh in and say, well, bro, why'd you put your TV on the desk there? Why didn't you mount it up? But then the Lord checked me and said, that's his house. You no longer have that type of authority. What you can do is offer a suggestion. But I said, you know what? That's where maybe Lauren wanted it. That's where his wife wanted it. Who am I to tiptoe into the back door of their apartment and make suggestions? I'm just a guest. I'm just an advisor. And so as our kids grow and they go on their own, they become sovereign entities. Are you following that? And the first little pig set out to build his house. We got to teach our kids how to build with bricks. Understand? That's the whole, we got to get there, but I got to first labor through this part because this is so essential. The first little pig went and built a house out of, what did he build it out of? Put it in the chat if you know. I sometimes go and I ask this question and they're like, 2x4? No. He built his house out of straw, right? He built his house out of straw. The first little pig took what his mother said. We don't know all the details she gave him. She just said, go out and build a house, get a life better than me. So he went and built a house out of straw. I used to tell the kids, he even put a chimney on top. And out of nowhere came the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf. Y'all remember that? And he knocked on the little piggy's door that had a house made out of straw. Now, straw is a very pliable, malleable item. It gets saturated when the weather comes. It moves in various conditions under the weather forecast. And the big bad wolf knocked on the door and he said, little piggy, let me in. See, this is the thing that we've got to realize about life, is that life, we think we're sending our kids into life. Well, here's what the reality is. Life is coming into our children at a rapid pace. A great rate of rapidity is life entering into your child as you're raising them. And so the little piggy said, not by the hairs on my chinny chin. We know that. And the big bad wolf says, I'll huff and I'll puff. And he warned him. He said, this is what I'm going to do to you. And he looked at the structure of the house that the kid made, the little pig made, now who's on his own and a sovereign entity. He looked at it and said, I will huff and I will puff and I will blow your house down. Do we not remember that? VP, love you, man. Greg Smith. He huffed and he puffed and he blew the entire straw house down. Why? Because the house made of straw was a fast turn. The house made of straw didn't cost much. The house made of straw was easy to find the materials. Are you following me? You can just go on a summer afternoon and traverse through the woods and find pine straw on the ground and gather it up and take it back home and make some sort of artifact out of it. Straw is readily available. It's discarded in times, and then other times it's used for food. So straw has no redeeming factor relative to being a safe sanctuary or a haven for your house. Oh man, I've never said that one before. I got to remember that one. Straw was used to build this sanctuary for the pig, for the first little pig. And the big bad wolf recognized that the house could not stand a bit of adversity. Life came into the house and consumed all of the trappings called home. And the little pig had to vacate because life happened. It's called the big bad wolf. And sometimes we call them the little pane envelopes. You know, them window pane envelopes that come in the mail every few days? That's called life. And oftentimes, if our house is not built correctly upon certain things with using certain materials, we will find ourselves getting blown over at the first little wind. Ooh, Jesus. The first wind. Big bad wolf says, I'll huff and I'll puff and I will blow your house down. Yes, it represents unplanned chaos. We didn't plan for it. Or even if it's scheduled, even if it says it's going to rain with high winds. Is your house? Are we teaching our young people that, listen, when you get out, mom and dad shielded you from so much. Mom and dad sheltered you. We wrapped you in styrofoam. But when you leave, you're going to have to build a house that can stand all of the things that you never knew about. And sometimes we as parents have to look back and watch and see our kids when the wind blows and pray that we taught them to build with the right material. So the little pig scurries off, the first little pig, and runs to the second little pig. And the little pig says, I built my house out of straw, cuz can you let me in? And so he lets him in. The second little pig had built his house out of sticks. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks are a more firm and solid tool to build your house out of. On many depictions of this story, we see the houses built out of matchsticks. But whatever the stick was, it was a stick. You understand? So sticks may be able to absorb rain, and sticks may be able to buffet the wind a bit. But sticks, over time, with the right conditions, because you use this material, you'll find that the sticks will warp, that the sticks will rot, that the sticks will become loose, and they'll be just about as effective as the straw. So out of nowhere, we know the story. I'm helping you. When I get to bricks, you'll love that part. But out of nowhere, here comes life again. And the big bad wolf represents life. And he said, little piggy, let me in. And the little piggy said, both of them, not owned by the hairs on our chinny chin chin. And the big bad wolf examined his house. I believe that the wolf realized that these brothers didn't realize that their house was not built solid enough to withstand the adversity that the big bad wolf was going to bring to bear. And so he said, I will huff. He told him what was going to happen. I will huff and I will puff and I will blow your house down. One thing that I don't see depicted in this great story is that the first little piggy, when he ran to the second little piggy's sovereign house, he didn't tell him how he got there. He didn't give him his life's lessons. He didn't give him an after action report. Are you following this, y'all? He didn't tell the little pig, hey, listen, brother, we may need to change the structure of this house. We may need to change the materials that you're using, because guess what? I was involved in this thing called life. This crazy wolf showed up and huffed and blew my house down. Let's go over here and shake these. Man, them walls ain't gonna withstand. We don't see where he articulated to his brother that the house may not be able to stand. It was important that mom said, go out here and get a life for yourself. She told the three brothers, go build a life for yourself. You want your children to be greater than you. And the big bad wolf shows up and says, I will huff and I will puff and I will blow your house down. With my kids, we used to go, your house down. All right. We used to do that way every time. And it was so memorable, because it was like, that's all the big bad wolf did was come. You heard this story, selling wolf tickets. But this case, he was ready to deliver. And were the two pigs, though two is better than one, were they prepared to withstand the onslaught of the wolf? No, they were not prepared. See, there was something in the conversation that we don't pick up from this story written in 1853. There's something that nearly 200 years of this story being told at bedtime, being told at story times, being told in little kid rooms, and even in Sunday school rooms. There's something that we just don't pick up. But then as we read it and we hear it today, we're like, man, this story is full of life lessons. This story is powerful. And when I began to pen this story, God revealed to me that this is about the last pig. I want you to tell the people that they've got to listen to the plight of the first two pigs as a lesson. But then the third pig will not just be the lesson, it will be where we learn. See, because those items that we use and we give our kids to use, we teach them to build. And all the time, we're the general contractors, and we're saying, hey, look, you've got to build, because one day, you know, how many of y'all have ever said that to your parents? I mean, to your kids. One day. That's got to be one of the most used words with parents. One day, right? As they're coming up, one day. I used to tell Chris, one day these drumsticks are going to make money for you. Mariah, one day you're going to find a husband. Jeremiah, one day you're going to be able to go and own your own. One day. But it's important that we teach them in the midst of their building for when that one day comes. And the third little piggy absorbs his other two brothers because he had a different house. Same sovereignty, same independence. In the story we read, even the same charge. We read the charge from the mother that, hey, look, go out and build yourself a house. She tells them, go out and build a house. My screen went away, so I had to make sure I could see. She told all three of them, go out and make a life for yourself. Do something better than me. And she gave them clear instructions. She told them, I want you to go. I want you to leave here. And I want you to go and make a way for yourself. And that little piggy, that's the third pig, represents what was learned from mom. We don't pick that up in the log of the book written in 1853 by James Phillips. We don't pick that up, but somewhere along the line, mom said something. You know, you can say the same thing and three people hear it and get three interpretations, because the first pig was straw, the second pig was sticks, and here we are with two pigs at the doorstep of the third pig. And he built his house out of a substance that was different than the other two houses. He built his house out of bricks. And it's important that we teach our kids how to build with bricks. You understand why bricks are important? Oh, surely we know the end of the story, but you must understand what bricks represent that we give to our children. The first in the B, that is where it starts, is we must teach our kids, B-R-I-C-K-S, we must teach our kids, number one, to believe in themselves. You know, when I, being a foster kid, went to Ruth E. Plowden's house at 14 years old. I was a foster kid, had been in 2 other foster homes, and I showed up at her doorstep with 2 trash bags full of clothes. And she said, Chris, she said this to me often, no matter what you've been through, you still can make it. But she said, I can't make it for you. You've got to believe in yourself. And the first letter in bricks, the B, we've got to teach our kids to believe in themselves. See, well, that's arrogance. No. Confidence is powerful, ladies and gentlemen. Confidence is powerful. Believe in yourself, because there will come a time, there will come a point when you'll be out here in your own sovereign house. And guess what? Nobody will believe in you like you. Did you know that? There's nobody that will believe in you like you. Give them the first layer of belief. We're teaching our kids to build with bricks. The B stands for believe in yourself. Walk in the room as if you own the room. Walk in as if you was already invited when you're trying to make your way in there. Believe in yourself. There's so much doubt that is sowed and poured into life. You know, you can't, you won't, you have to stop. There's rails, there's guardrails, there's barriers, there's boundaries, right? But you got to teach your kids how to build that house out of beliefs, and it will withstand every storm that comes their way. Are you feeling what C.L. King is saying? Are you listening to the Impact Motivator? Believe in yourself. Teach them, give them those bricks. That B stands for believe. Teach them to believe in themselves. The mother told the 3 pigs the same story, but yet this pig realized he needed to build a house out of bricks. The R. See, BR. The next brick is to teach your children how to reach. Everybody raise your hands up in the audience. If I'm looking at you, I can see your hands. Raise them up high. Teach your kids how to reach for things higher and harder. Teach your kids to reach for things higher and harder than the norm. See, because remember the first 2 pigs, they built their house out of quick, easy, fast substances, right? That would whip their house up in a heartbeat. Reach for things that are higher and reach for things that are harder. You know, I told Greg, man, we need about $10 million to go to every prison and school throughout the United States, and probably another 10 to do the rest of the world. And it seems hard. It seems it's high. It's a lofty goal. And I felt that way when I was writing my book. Like, how in the world could I possibly pen this life into paper? And it was hard and it was high, but we reached it. And we've got to teach our kids when they're building that house to don't be afraid to reach for things higher and harder. See, because it's in those high elements and it's in those hard elements that you truly find the security. Did you know that? See, because the 3rd little pig had to take his time. See, building a house out of bricks is not like throwing up a straw house. Building a house out of bricks is not like building a house out of sticks. Man, you got to have mortar. You got to have all types of tools. You got to have a plumb line. You got to take your time. You got to make sure it's level. It is laborious. It's hot. It's cold. The weather, you're in the elements, and it takes forever to build a house out of bricks. But there was something that 3rd pig picked up that his mother was putting down, that I need to go make a better life. And I realized that the winds of life are coming. Teach your kids, mom and dad. Teach your kids how to build with bricks. The 3rd letter in the acronym is I, right? This 3rd brick is show them the importance of important things. Ooh, I love that. Show your kids as they're building the importance of important things. It's not time to show them the things that are important when they're getting ready to go out the door. They got their bags packed. They're like, okay, mom, the moving truck's here. I'm going to get my crib. No. They've got to understand you got to teach them the important things. Show them the importance of those things which are important. And what we mean by that is those things that matter in life. Family, how you treat people, your faith, your foundations, money management. All of those things which we think are important now as an adult, we've got to teach them to our kids. We've got to give those bricks to them early. Teach them to build with bricks. Show them the importance of things which are important. Communication, family, finances, respect, drive, initiative. Show them the importance of them early. Don't live your life vicariously through your kids. I can never be as good a drummer as Chris Jr. was, even though I was a drummer. I taught him how to play when he was young. But then somebody helped him, added some bricks to his life and showed him the importance of practicing. Not just getting on the drum set and jamming. That was cool, but that would just get you so far. That might get you a local gig at the local church. But the importance of practicing, it didn't just become a thing to Chris. It became important. And in bricks, is show them the importance of things that are important. And those things which are not important will become less and less prominent in their life. When we help them build with bricks, of course, riding a big wheel is important. Going out and swinging on the swings is important. All of that's important. All of it is important, right? In the whole developmental scheme of a child, we get it. But as they're building, see, because it takes more than one brick to make a road, and it takes more than one row to make a wall, and it takes more than one wall to make a house. Y'all wasn't tracking with that, was you? You wasn't with the impact motivator when I told you it takes more than one brick to make a row, and it takes more than one row to make a wall. It takes more than one wall to make a house. And so all of these things that we see, all of these things that we see in the elements of bricks, we hand them to our children and say, this. The other day, we were in Wendy's off of a road trip, and we stopped at Wendy's, and the lady who was taking care of us through the drive-thru was an absolute terror. I don't know what her life was going on, but she was rude. She cut us off when we were trying to order. She was like, while I was trying to say, and yes, I would like it. And she was like, anything else? I was like, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm still trying to read. Anything else? Literally like that. And there's a side of me that not a lot of people know. But I realized that it was important for me to at least demonstrate a lesson to Mariah, who's 24 years old, that even though this lady was having a bad day, it didn't mean I had to have a bad day. It was important to still maintain my cool, calm, collected demeanor. I did tell her that, hey, listen, we were just trying to order when we got to the window, and she still went off. She was like, we're on a timer. This is fast food. I was like, my goodness, who's the general manager around here? Then she closed the door while I was trying to talk to her. It was important for that day. And you got to show your children the importance of things that are important. You could be justified in going off, slapping your wig off, and going in there and turning up. But that's not the way we show our kids how to build with bricks. You got to show them the importance at that moment when I could have been justified for slipping off into zombie mode with this lady who was supposed to be serving me as a customer. It was important that even in that moment for my wife and my daughter to see, I'm going to still treat her like a human being. The next brick, we got to hurry. The C is for teaching your kids how to be courageous in the midst of adversity. Teaching them to have courage. Because guess what? The big bad wolf came and he blew down 2 people's homes. So the big bad wolf could have you with yourself hiding in a cave somewhere with your knees smiting against one another, worrying about the next boogeyman that's going to come around the corner, correct? Courage in the midst of adversity. That's the C, right? All right, you got to have courage in the midst of adversity. And the third little piggy built his house out of bricks, so he had nothing to fear. You follow me? He had nothing to fear because he had courage in the tool and the element that was put on his house. It gave him confidence and courage that, hey, listen, life's winds are going to blow, but that don't mean I avoid life. That don't mean we're going to run away. We're not running nowhere. This house made out of bricks, baby. And I could just imagine that courage sometimes is the forgotten element. Like, you don't have to fear. And teach your kids how not to live in fear, but to take courage in the fact that all this time they've been building with a substance that will lead to their success. The last 2, and I gotta go. The second to last brick is K. We need to teach our kids, when we're teaching them to build with bricks, that knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Encourage them to build with the bricks of knowledge. Induce learning. Encourage expansion. Don't put a premium on ignorance. Let them play video games, but then teach them how to develop video games. Knowledge is power. The third little pig realized that this dude banging at the door, I built my house that required some technical expertise. I built my house that required some technical expertise. I had to learn how to build with bricks. I had to learn. It took me a while. I had to dig a footer, and I had to have a plumb line, and I had to get a trowel, and I had to get the mortar with the right consistency. Knowledge is powerful. Straw is just on the ground. Sticks are falling from the tree. But to build with bricks and make it a house requires knowledge. Ooh, I just want to throw this brick somewhere, don't y'all? Teach them knowledge is powerful. Knowledge is powerful. Everybody say that. Knowledge, it's powerful. And when they have built with bricks, then though adversity comes, the last brick symbolizes success. See, we don't look at that. We don't look at that story and see the success at the end. See, it was bigger than let me in, not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin. But the success of the third pig meant the success of the second pig, which meant the success of the first pig. See, when you teach your kids to build with bricks, then success should be an expectation. Teach your kids to expect to succeed. Don't have them go to the soccer field and be like, well, that team is better than us. No. My kids, when they play baseball, we used to play some tough rivals. And I'm like, you know what? They've got to swing at the bat. They got to swing at the ball with the bat, just like we do. It's not a bigger ball. They don't have longer bats. Just because they're bigger and been playing baseball since they was 2 years old doesn't mean that they can't come out here and get beat by our team. We're not going to lose before we even step on the field. We're succeeding now. That's why I tell the men and women in the jails that you're free. They're like, I'm not free. I'm locked up. No, you're free. They can't lock up your mind. They can't put your mind in handcuffs. Wow. So success, because the big bad wolf came to the door. He said, little piggy, let me in. He said, not by the hairs on my chinny chin chin. And when he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed, and we used to go over that with the kids. He huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and puffed, right? Remember we used to do that? I used to do that with my kids. And he couldn't blow the house down. So the bricks did their job. But then he came up and he said, I'll find another way. See, life is relentless. Don't think just because you teach them one thing that life won't keep beating at the door. And one of the things that I love about this story is that he climbed up to the top, and the pigs were innovative. Put a nice boiling pot of water on the fireplace in the chimney and had wolf stew that night. Success. See, your adversaries can become the elements by which success is ushered in. Right? This last brick, we've got to teach that success is not a cuss word. Let your kids succeed. Let them be the best at something. I used to do that with Chris sometimes. I used to I used to kind of dilute his skills and maybe not let him play at a particular gig because he was so young and he was so good. Till I realized that, man, this is God's gift. And so once Chris realized what success felt like when he would play for a big gig, or some folks would ask him to play and he's 9 or 10 years old or 11, and he felt that success, I said, that's a brick, brother. Put that right there. Level that. Tap that thing down. Right? Get that right there. That's how you do it. That's how you level it. Just get it right there. Right there. Right there. Right? This row is about success. And the S in Breaks is success. That house withstood the winds of the wolf. It withstood the winds of adversity. It successfully housed 3 people. It's interesting, the little piggy that was building that house out of bricks maybe not have known that his other 2 brothers would need him. But his success became their success. And while we're succeeding, we teach those kids who are building with bricks, hey, along the way, if you're successful, help somebody else. I hope this has been a help to you. Thank you so much for indulging me. This is one of my most favorite events to speak for. And I yield my time back. I think I'm under my time, 1 minute, to Celia Kibler. Love you. We can't hear you, Celia.
I am always muted. I always start out that way. Thank you, CL. That was an amazing, inspirational training. And just really, I just love the acronym. It just put everything in place. Every single thing that you need to be teaching your children, that you need to be sharing with the other people in your lives, put it in place like just terrifically. And I love, comparing it to the 3 pigs. We don't realize how many, I should say, messages these children's stories have. Like I talk about the itsy bitsy spider. The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout, down came the rain, washed the spider out, up came the sun, dried up the rain, and the itsy bitsy spider went up again. He did not give up. He kept going and going. He did not give up.
That's wonderful.
He was going to make it up there all the time. And so many great messages from these stories. And I love the analysis of the 3 little pigs. That was just genius. CL, I can't say enough about you because you are the end all to end all. I'm so grateful for you being here.
Thank you for letting me be a part. I'll be sharing throughout the rest of the day and tomorrow. We're going to continue to promote this on our platforms to get in. This is a great, phenomenal workshop and 3-day summit. Wouldn't it be something if we could pull this off in person? That would be really.
Yes, we're going to do that next year. I would love to do that next year. Yeah. We're going to work on that next year because I would really like an in-person one next year.
All righty. Well, thank you so much.
All right, my friend. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here. Guys, follow CL. Go to clkingspeaker.com. If you have a platform you want this man to empower, he's the man. Love you, CL, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
All right, love you. Bye-bye.
We have a wonderful speaker coming up next. We're going to take a little break. And hopefully the video's ready so we can just stretch and move. There's some great music. So take this time to stretch your body, shake your body, dance, and we'll be right back with Abraham Sano.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nazarene Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. That is our school. That's the school we're supporting. And if you watch that video, you saw the horrible building conditions that these children are learning under, but still so excited to learn. They live in a community that's riddled with AIDS. There are many orphans that have lost parents. There are children that have AIDS. It's a violent community. They recently lost a 6-year-old student that was brutally murdered in his own home. These kids have to have a safe place to grow, to learn, and to ultimately succeed, like C.L. King said. And I really encourage you to help us. We'll be so grateful if you would donate. Go to dayofcalm.org and donate anything you can to support our school, the Brilliant Nursery and Primary School in Uganda. We would love to get this school built, permanent buildings, so they can thrive. We thank you for considering donating, and we thank you for your donation. All right. We are ready. We are going to talk a little bit about our next speaker. And our next speaker is Abraham Sano. Abraham is talking about the learning outcome of letting go of fear and mastering the act of love. Who doesn't want to be a better, loving person? I think we all do. Abraham is a resilient individual who overcame being disowned by his father at 13 and 18 years of silence to find tranquility and success. Despite enduring tremendous struggles, Abraham remained steadfast in his goals and faith, working tirelessly since the age of 5 to complete his high school and college education. He's had huge success. I met Abe because he was a friend, a high school friend of my son's. Later, he worked with me as a teacher in my FunFit programs, and he has just overcome and become this enormous force in the world, in his community, master of dance, having dance studios, having his own coaching business, goes on and on and on. If you want to be intentional with your life, you want to find your calm, your peace, your intention, this one's the man to listen to. Abraham, I welcome you to the International Day of Calm. Oh, flip them around. That's what I was doing, right and left. You're here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Celia. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
I'm excited you're here.
And it's a privilege.
Well, thank you. And I'm excited to hear what you have to talk about. Let me ask you before we get started, what drove you to succeed the way who you have been able to succeed over the years in face of the adversity that you were dealt with in life?
It's very simple for me. Having the life that I had as a child growing up, and which I would touch on here in my conversation, was simple for me to continue to strive for the life that I want to live, because I truly value and appreciate the love of a united family. And for me, that is the ultimate goal for my success. Not having one to begin with in unity pushes me to fight, to earn it, so that I can sustain it, which will ultimately now lead to peace of mind that I have in my life.
I love that. And what does you have dance centers? What does dance mean to you? In order to open dance centers, it must be a strong force in you.
Dancing means everything to me, because I am the man that I am today because of dance. Dancing has been my sanctuary. my safe place, and the one activity that I knew I could turn to for wholeness and completion of the things that I'm doing. And the amount of joy that I've felt through my dancing, the amount of freedom that I've gained through my dancing, and the wisdom that I've gained, it can only be truly appreciated by sharing it with so many people. So my desire of having a dance studio and dancing is to share the joy that I have within myself with as many people as I possibly can.
And you know, some people will say, oh, dance, laughter, fun, excitement, that's not calm. To which I say it absolutely is. So and it obviously is for you because what you just described, why do you say that dance is calming? Even though it's energy and excitement and joy, why is it calming?
I've done everything from meditation to church religion and even therapists and coaching. I can honestly say without hesitation that there has been nothing that brought me the calmness that I have now within my life to this present day than dancing. And that is because everything in life is the dance. And if we understand the power of dance in life and how it relates to our day-to-day presence and how it affects the future, we will really begin to resonate more with the power of dance, the ability to coexist with other human beings and move together as one unit. There is no other place or activity whereby two individuals can move together as one in synchronicity than in the movement of dance.
I love that analogy because life is a dance. Everything about it is a dance. Society is a dance. Friendship is a dance. Love is a dance. It's all a dance, and we need to be dancing more, I think. So I'm going to let you take over from here and let you start your conversation about the learning outcome of letting go of fear and mastering the act of love. Ladies and gentlemen, Abraham Sano.
Thank you for taking the time to be here today. Those who stand for nothing fall for everything. Quote by Alexander Hamilton. When I was invited today to speak here at the Day of Calm convention, I understood what it meant and how it relates to the principle by which I live my life. I have made it my goal to live a purposeful life filled with hope, peace, joy, and prosperity, so that I could make a difference, beginning with myself, my family, and within my community. Precisely as the Day of Calm Foundation has chosen to make a difference in a world where gun violence is tearing families apart and the senseless shooting is causing division within our nation. The Day of Calm Foundation is choosing to stand for peace, justice, and equality in hope to bring about an end to the needless suffering against children, fostering mental health and tranquility in hope of providing peace to a world that is struggling with anxiety, stress, and cruelty. The mind is the most powerful tools that we have at our disposal. And each and every human being has within the capacity to choose. This is our agency to decide how we go about the decisions that we make in life. It has been truly a blessing of mine to have learned this lesson from a very early age in my life. Lesson that didn't come easy. Lesson that in the moment felt like the end of the world for me. Lesson in the moment when I was learning, it felt like I had nothing to live for except just to die of pain, suffering, and misery. Nevertheless, lesson that will now guide my decisions in life. One of the most powerful things about the mind is that we condition our conscious and subconscious mind in accepting the things that we see to be true and the things that we see to be false. In other words, the two most powerful emotions known to men, the emotions of love and the emotion of fear. These are the two most powerful emotions known to men, and the only emotion that we truly have. Out of these two emotions, one is changeless. The other is forever changing, because its form is different for every individual, and that is the emotion of fear. It stands in the way and prevents us from where we want to go. Yet, it also acts as a protector for us. In essence, it is both good and bad. So I've learned over the years that my fears are designed so that I can evaluate myself, self-evaluate the decisions of my life, the choices that I'm making, the passion that I have within me that I desire and hope to pursue in life. When I consult my fear about my passion, I have one question to ask myself. Do I have the patience so that I can truly persist through each and every obstacle that comes my way along this journey? Understanding that having patience is not enough. One must have the will to persevere. Why, if I have passion and I have patience, but I don't have the courage? Courage then becomes the gateway of letting go of our fear, in mastering the act of love. I was born in chaos, in a family that struggled for a living. My father was a practicing Muslim and a polygamist. This left me with 3 stepmothers and 6 stepbrothers. Within an environment that I've never known, that I was just introduced to. While the first 6 years was spent with my grandmother in her care, nurturing me and taking care of me in every way that she could, because my mother was a single mother of 4 by 3 separate fathers. She did her best as she could, so that we can have the best in our lives. My relationship with my father was definitely met with challenges because of our conflicting beliefs. My father's desire for me was to be a practicing Muslim. That was not the goal that I saw for myself. I chose not to conform to the life that was chosen before me because they simply didn't advance me towards the desires of my heart, my passion that burned within me. I would have been limiting myself to the circumstances I found myself in had I gone with the choices that my fathers were making for me. I would not be here at this very moment. But instead, I chose to look fear in the eyes and defy my father for the choices that he was making for me that would have impacted my life and also that of the life of my family. In that moment, I was fearful of the consequences of my actions and the reaction of my father and my family, as they all deemed me self-centered, because I chose not to conform. The question is, How do you let go of something that you do not see? How do you let go of something that you do not hear? How do you let go of certainty for uncertainty? And this is where the power of our fear is risen higher than the power of our love in the decisions that we're making that will benefit us. And in return, it benefits so many more, starting with our immediate family. As a child, I wanted so much more a united family and a relationship with my parents. I wanted to grow up in a house where I saw my mom and dad together as one. I wanted to grow up in a household where love was being taught, but that wasn't the circumstances that I was born into. I had a choice to accept this, or I could create my own path towards the life that I truly desire. Our parents truly are the foundation upon which we first come into this world. And family throughout our lives has created a path that we can learn from. It is both the responsibility of our parents and us now, the children, to work in unison in letting go of negative thought patterns, replacing them with a more hopeful and positive ones. To go further, let me tell you a personal story. At 6 years old, I stole from my grandmother. It wasn't my first time, but it was the first time I was caught stealing. I returned from playing outside. Assuming that my grandmother was asleep, I proceeded to eat her food, which absolutely did not belong to me. My grandmother opened her eyes and gave me a piercing look of disappointment that I would never forget. To go along with that, she gave me a whooping on the ass that I absolutely deserve. And I will not change anything about it. Upon completion of this disciplinary action that my grandmother gave me, she taught me the most valuable lesson in life that has guided my decision, my dealings in life to this day. She said to me that honesty is not for others. That honesty is a reflection of our character. In other words, the worst lies are the ones that we tell ourselves. Now, take a moment and listen to this very powerful message. A message, when understood and action is taken, can immediately begin to change the course of your life towards the fulfillment of life as you imagine. A message, when fully understood, can change not only your life, but also the life of so many more who you cross paths with. A message, when understood, will immediately make you a light amongst those who are desiring of it. A message, when understood, will bring peace where there is suffering, love where there is hate, and light where there is darkness. My grandmother knew that in that moment, it was necessary to discipline me in a way that I will remember, but also to show me love in a way that I will appreciate. And then followed by that, courage to look fear in the eyes and walk right through it. It was the teaching of my grandmother that gave me the courage to stand up to my father at 13 years old and tell him that I wanted a path different from him. It was the teaching of my grandmother that gave me the courage to consistently and persistently choose the path that I'm walking, knowing that the most honest thing, the most person that I can be honest with the most is myself. Understanding that my honesty in dealing with my father, if it didn't benefit me, will be my downfall. Because I'm not here today if I'm not honest with myself. The emotions that I have within myself are the emotions that I must be honest with. Am I having a sad emotion from the decisions that I'm making? Am I having anxiety and stress over my decisions? Do I feel and believe that I'm living someone else's life and this life isn't mine? How can I carry on someone else's life, someone else's goal, when I myself haven't yet discovered my own path? That is the message that my grandmother was teaching me at 6 years old. Though at this point I did not understand, I didn't understand what it meant. None did I even comprehend. As a matter of fact, I was angry at my grandmother for this discipline. I didn't understand my part, the part that I played that caused her to discipline me in the way that she did. Later, as I grew into an adult, I started to put the pieces together. But it all started to make sense when I lost my grandmother. After she left me in the custody of my father, which wasn't her first choice, and it certainly wasn't my first choice either. But that is an example when life is being taken away from you against your will, against your decision. It was the hope of my grandmother, after first meeting my father at 6 years old for the first time, that I would meet my father. Although the circumstances weren't ideal because we were running away during the Civil War, that it would be necessary to spend some time and see my father before continuing on our journey to my mother. This didn't happen for me. As I went to say goodbye to my father, ironically, the goodbye was for my grandmother. Because it was at that moment that I watched my grandmother leave in utter despair and disappointment. And if I have one regret in my life, it is the regret that I was in a situation where I thought I was making the right decision by saying goodbye to my father so that I can remain with my grandmother. Instead, it was my grandmother who got overpowered by my father's strong character and will. Now, would I change anything about the past if I had to go back and relearn and make this decision? Would I do anything different? The answer is no. Because even that moment was a lesson being taught. The lesson that I've learned in that moment was that the man that I am today needed to be trained. The person that I am today, the character that I am, needed to be cultivated within myself. I needed to know the difference between night and day, peace and suffering, love and hate, light and darkness. I learned all these lessons during my 6 years with my father. So how can I change anything about it? Through these lessons, I have overcome hate within my own family. And I've gone through my life with a burning desire of building bridges over past hurts. A division that was created within my family between my father and I, especially, that left us not speaking for 18 years. So when I reflect on my life in this moment, I understood that no matter what I do in my life, how much I accomplish in life, it means nothing if I do not have the love of my family. In the words of Rod Stewart, we go through life wondering what it's all about. And at the end of the day, it is all about family. I wholeheartedly believe in this saying because it is the principle by which I've lived my life. A united family creates love because love is absent without the presence of family, and family does not exist without the presence of love. My hope in sharing this message with you today is that we, as the children who have had the opportunity to learn a little bit more lessons than our parents did, that we can find it within ourselves to forgive our parents for past hurts. Because even they are overcoming their own past trauma, just like we are. And it's only through the courage of looking through your fear and passing through every obstacle in your life that we are able to look our parents and those who have hurt us in the past and let them know that we forgive them for the hurt they caused in our life. And going further with that, it is also our responsibility to acknowledge our part in the rift. Because I understood that the rift between me and my father was caused by not only him, but also my different creed. I understood that I was different and I wanted something different than that of my father. Decision for me. So why would I blame him for the lack of understanding of the desire that is built within my mind that he have no knowledge of? I had a picture in my mind that my father didn't know, a vision that only I could see from where I stood. If he didn't understand it and no one around me understood, it was up to me to seek out the direction that I would take and the things that I needed to do to get me there. In the process, I chose and I made a decision never to forget the reason for which I am pursuing this goal. Growing up in poverty didn't make me happy. Growing up in a village, not having anything except manual labor to fend out for ourselves each and every day didn't make me happy. Having 3 stepmothers and stepbrothers and being the outcast in my family did not make me happy. But each and every day I heard of God and how he is peace, how he is love, how he is mercy. And I looked in my environment, my physical environment demonstrated none of these things. To me, as a young child, at 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, and as I was going through, until I hit this tragic day in my life when I lost my mother at 13 years old. This changed everything for me. Every fear that I had disappeared. Every fear that I have of my father disappeared. Because at this point, I have lost the 2 most important people in my life, my mother and my grandmother. The two people who give me the courage to keep fighting. And now that I lost these 2 most wonderful people in my life that I call the joy of my life, the centerpiece to my existence, what purpose was I living for? What decision would I make? So when my father decided that I would go to the funeral of my mother, that was the day my father decided to give me my freedom. My freedom to choose. Because in my imagination, the life that I created was a life that brought me to the city, was a life that brought me education in the way of reading and writing in English, was a life that brought me peace and prosperity because I followed through to learn a new way in life that will bring about light, peace, and prosperity towards the life that I yet don't understand. So the funeral is over and my father is leaving. This was the last day that I would see my father also. And this was the last time that I would speak to him until 18 years. My father was leaving, and I chose to tell him that I was not leaving. A moment that felt like a lifetime lasted only for a minute. But to me, it felt like a lifetime. Standing on those stairs of my uncle's house, who is now my father by way of adoption, telling my father no, that I did not want to return to the village because there was a life that I didn't understand, yet it was certain. There was the life that I really didn't know and it wasn't mine, yet it was certain. And here I am making a choice for a life I don't even know, for a life I've barely even touched. But in my mind, in my heart, I had a joy, I had a peace of mind that this was the life that I wanted. So in this moment, letting go of certainty for uncertainty was the decision that has brought me to this moment. Even this very moment, as you listen to this message, you are struggling with your own personal decision, deciding what to do, wondering if the environment that you're in now is best for you, deciding if the physical environment have an impact on you. Answers that you already have within yourself. And they need your courage so that you can make the decision that first benefits you. Because selflessness is only as good as the person who is performing the act of service. If I am performing a service that benefits me nothing, leave me with pain and anxiety and stress, what good am I making truly? Am I truly being the change that I wish to see in the world? Am I truly being authentic within myself? I encourage you to adapt to your environment. I encourage you to look within yourself, take courage, and make the decision for the life that you always wanted to live. Pursue this relentlessly. And I promise you, you will find that success will be at your feet. You will become the light in the room that you are in. And everywhere that you go, people will acknowledge you. Your presence will radiate further, wider than you can possibly imagine. Because when you are complete within yourself, you have now mastered yourself and you have abandoned fear. And when fear comes to you and question your decision, fear will be met with a laughter. Because at the end of the day, fear will always be there to accompany us in our decision making. Checking to see our commitment to the choices that we're making. Are we truly committed to this choice that we're making? And are we willing to follow through no matter the obstacle that comes in our way? Do not allow temporary defeat and setback to stand in the way of a lasting peace that will be yours by mastering the act of love through loving fearlessly and living fully. As Earl Nightingale stated, we become what we think about. So ask yourself the question, what are the dominating thoughts of your mind? Is the negative, are the negative thoughts of your mind outweighing the positive? If so, the simple solution is to reverse. Because our mind is made up of two parts, the subconscious and the conscious mind. Research shows that the subconscious mind is made up of 90% of the brain, and only 10% of it is conscious. We, through our thinking, condition the mind. Through our thinking, condition the mind to accept what we want in our life. And whatsoever we think, we become. Whatsoever we desire, we will receive. So if you wake up in the morning and your thoughts are negative, I challenge you to think the alternative. And to the parents, to our parents, to my parents, as I've always stated, understand that your job and your responsibilities are to teach your children the best way you know how. And if your lesson isn't getting across to your children, for whatever reason, understand that they have a mind of their own. And that in this mind, they are trying to figure themselves out. Guide them the best way you know how. Love them unconditionally because you desire good for them. And as we love endlessly, continuously, we undoubtedly eliminate hate, and love wins. It's a two-way streak. For parents to acknowledge their errors in the way of raising their kids, and for kids, children, to acknowledge their mistakes in how they treated their parents. I am of the blessing to have not had a home. I am of the blessing to have not grew up with my father and my mother in the same household. And I made it my life's work and my commitment that whatsoever love I would give to my mother and my biological father, I would do the same for the people who raised me along my journey. Because there have been many people, and there are many people who are responsible for my journey in life. And those people are all my parents. I appreciate each and every moment, especially the moments that I consider to be the bad moments, because those were the moments that my characters were built. Characters are not built through our happy moments. You do not discover yourself only when things are going right. The true character of a man and a woman is tested and proven through adversity, which is why when we have perseverance, the courage to go and walk through fears, we become comfortable in who we are. The learning outcome of letting go of our fears are simple. When we let go of our fear, we become whole. We become present and content with the present moment. When we let go of our fear, we truly understand the meaning of contentment. We understand that contentment isn't about the things that we have, isn't about our ambitions at all in how rich we become. But our contentment of the present moment, because it is truly the one guarantee that we have to this life. When we let go of our fear, we live fully in the moment and we love fearlessly within it, no matter what. When we let go of our fear, we turn out the noise, especially the negative one, that will build and develop negative patterns. When we let go of our fear, we live a life full of hope, peace, joy, and prosperity, and popular opinions become less of our concern. When we let go of our fear, we know the difference between good and evil. When we let go of our fear, we understand right versus wrong thinking. Our fear is in a way to guide us towards the desires of our heart, not to deter us from it. Our thoughts and reaction to the things that happen to us, however, would undoubtedly be the results of who we become. So I encourage you today to choose to be the light. Choose to be the person of courage. Choose to be the person of peace that walk in a way of righteousness, because you choose that within you there is calm. Within you there is peace. So when I accepted the invitation to speak here today, I understood that calmness cannot be accomplished without peace. And peace cannot be accomplished without forgiveness. And forgiveness cannot be accomplished without acknowledgement of our wrong and right doing. And right and wrong doing cannot be accomplished without first the acceptance of the present, past, and the future that we desire. Folks, from the bottom of my heart, it is my hope that we will become the change we wish to see in others. Phrases stated so many times throughout our lives. I do not proclaim myself a master of this thinking. I understand that I don't yet know the things unlearned. I don't yet know the things that are before me, but I know what is right now in this present moment. The moments could be difficult. They could be happy. But each and every moment do pass. Muhammad Ali, a legendary boxer, was once asked the question, what was his favorite part about training? He stated that he hated every part of it. But he told himself, don't quit. Suffer now and be a champion for the rest of your life. My struggle early on in my life has created now the peace that I enjoy and can hopefully continue to share with as many people as I can. Be the champion of your life. Be the champion of your family so that they too can become the champion of your life. In closing, every morning when I wake up, I looked into the mirror and I asked myself the question, what does the man in the mirror truly want? Not the physical mirror, but the mental, spiritual, and emotional mirrors that is within his head, his mind, that nobody else will see. In this mirror, he's powerful. He's good. And everything around him is good because he's good. In this mirror, he's understand that he does not have to be good for someone else's good, but for his own good. He understands that if his good is good enough, then everything that he touches and everybody around him will be benefactor of it. And he, in return, he benefits. You're probably asking yourself the question right now, who am I? You're asking yourself the question, why is this happening to you? I hope to share with you that it's happening for you, not to you. And if you take a moment and just appreciate that, you will find that there's lesson in every moment. And life is filled with joy. I love you from the bottom of my heart. It is my hope and joy that we will love fearlessly and live fully in everything and all things that we do. Understanding that the life that you want begins with you, not anyone else. You are the master, the architect of your life. Take control of it. Stop blaming your co-worker. It is the easier thing to do to blame my boss for the things that he's done to anger me. It is the easier thing to do to blame our parents for how they treated us. It is the easiest thing to do for our parents to blame us for how disobedient we are. The hardest thing to do is to look in the mirror and see our part in all of it. I look into that mirror every day, and I understand that my life were a result of the choices that I've made. And I will make them again, understanding that I have the patience and the courage to persevere through all of it. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I hope this has been uplifting for you. And it's my hope that I will live each and every day working tirelessly to live the life that I desire to live. Thank you. I love you. Mwah.
Abraham, that was so inspirational. I wrote down so many little notes. I love what you said about letting go of certainty for uncertainty. That's so factual about so many things that people are afraid to do. They're sure in something. It relates to what everybody says, the comfort zone, and going into the area that you're not comfortable in. But the certainty that uncertainty is really a shift so many of us need to make. I thank you. That was phenomenal story of your life and how you overcame it and your belief for everybody. I don't know if there are any questions, so I'm just going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
When would you say you made the decision that regardless of this that affected me as a child, it's now time for me to take responsibility over me?
I believe I made that decision at 13 years old after I lost my own mother. And that decision came because early on, I lost my grandmother. And the decision was made that caused me to stay with my father instead of go with my grandmother. A decision that was made for me, not by me. When I reflected on that decision and how it affected me in the 6 years that I was with my father, it was easier to make the next decision, to choose to take responsibility of the ideas that I have within my mind and understand that the way I was being treated, it wasn't because of people hating me, but it was due to the fact that how I projected the energy that I had in those moments. I was an unhappy kid. I was resentful. I didn't like anything. Didn't like my step-parents, didn't like my step-brothers. I thought they were all there to hate me. And everything that they were doing was against me, not for me, not for my benefit. So when I didn't see those benefits in those moments of time, I quickly understood later on that it was truly my reaction and the acceptance of the moment that I was in that caused me so much more pain than anything else. Because I later learned that my father is a loving and caring human being after we reconnected after 18 years rather, in 2016. You know, I understood how loving and caring he is. and how much he loved me through our conversations. So when I learned that, it all came full circle in 2016, you know, and then a year later, I lose my father, of course. So those were the moments in my life that I truly understood that I am the architect of the feeling that I have is generated from my thoughts, not necessarily the thoughts of other people.
It's so true. And it's a hard message to get through to people. You had mentioned blaming and making excuses. And, you know, I mentioned it before, part of our fourfold attack at getting people to really recognize their responsibility in creating a world that has less anger and less rage is personal responsibility. So many live their life blaming and making excuses. And, well, if this hadn't happened, this wouldn't happen. And if this person wasn't like this, I wouldn't be where I am. Instead of just saying, I am where I am because I created this. This was, I mentioned it, I guess, maybe yesterday in talking about emotions and how so many people view emotions as good or bad. And there are no good or bad emotions. They are merely emotions. What is good and not so good is the way we respond to them. And that's what is the good, is if you want to label good and bad. How are you responding? There's disappointment, there's frustration, there's overwhelm. What are you doing to take charge of what you do? Because once again, we're only in control of us. We're not in control of anything that happens around us. And our response to life is under our control.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Abe, I love this discussion. Thank you so much for bringing your wisdom to us. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so grateful for you being part of this event, part of our dream, our mission. I couldn't be happier to have you here today. And I wish you a blessed rest of your day. I hope you tune in. And thank you as we talk about our next speaker. Thank you, Abe.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, everyone, we have another very impactful speaker. I think you're going to really love this discussion because it's all about stirring up your emotions to get to the other side of them and calm. But before we bring up Bob Vetter, we're going to show you a little video. So please watch. And if you love the music, dance, take a break. Here it comes. We're not hearing music.
We all have our struggles, our differences, and our own pressures. But what if we took a step back, looked beyond our individual perspectives, and discovered the common grounds that unite us? Life can be overwhelming. We all have our struggles, our differences, and our own pressures. But what if we took a step back, looked beyond our individual perspectives?
Welcome back, everybody. I'm excited to have you back here. We have another really life-changing speaker. If you take the advice of these people, of what they are sharing, of their decision to come here on this platform and share their wisdom, their life experiences, their expert knowledge, so that you can lead a more intentional, a calm life. What is calm? Calm is about de-stressing your life. And for that, it's individual. What is stressing you out right now? You need to pick and choose and calm things down in order to create a more peaceful, happy, fun life. If you're being stressed out in one area, your career, maybe it's time to look the other way and find a new career. If your family's stressing you out, learn a better way to parent. If your finances are stressing out, reach out to a financial advisor. That's what they're there for. Learn a better way, and that's what we're here to bring you. Knowledge from experts around the world to give you a variety of ways to make your life better. I'm excited to bring up our next speaker. Bob Vetter is hold please, because now I've totally lost this thing. Okay. Sorry, Bob. Bob Vetter is a cultural anthropologist specializing in the intersection of spirituality and healing in indigenous cultures. With a focus on Native North American medicine, he co-authored Big Bow, The Spiritual Life and Teachings of the Kiowa Family, with his mentor, medicine man Richard Tardish Sr. And I hope I said his name right. Bob also studied Bob will tell you that, curanderismo, and runs a healing practice and community Temescal in New York, embodying his dedication to preserving and sharing indigenous wisdom. His topic today is why finding calm is not what you think. And I can't wait to hear about it, because it's all about encountering peace on the other side of stirring up your emotions. Bob is not just an expert in this field. He has studied it for years. He has lived with his family's Native American and American families. He has gained wisdom from so many cultures, and I'm excited for him to bring it to you. He also happens to be my brother-in-law, who I love dearly. Bob, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. And I love what you're doing here. So,
thank you. So let me ask you before you get started, what brought you to being interested in Native American lifestyles?
A twist of fate. That's the best way I could describe it. It wasn't something that I set out to do in any way. But it was fate, because I had planned on going from college into graduate school. I had planned on going to the University of Hawaii and eventually doing field work in South Asia, probably India. And I was rejected from that program and thought I would take a year off, and ended up at the last minute enrolling at the University of Oklahoma because of a connection with a mentor that I had as an undergrad. So it was just this curious twist of fate. And I ended up switching from the philosophy department that I was in to the anthropology department where I had an assistantship. So because it was too late in the semester for me to enroll in regular classes, but I had to maintain a minimum course requirement, the professors decided that I could do an independent study, and I did that in ethnography, which is the field work where you study a culture in depth. And since my area of interest was spirituality and healing, I decided that since I found myself in Oklahoma, which is the home to 37 different tribes of Native Americans, that I would try to find a medicine man. And eventually, that's another whole big, long story about how I did, but that was what launched me on a completely different trajectory from what I had originally intended.
And I love that story because, and I never knew that story. I love that story because we don't realize that in my eyes, there are reasons for everything. And isn't it ironic that it took you on this path and now this is your life's work? This is your mission. This is your belief, your being. And people don't recognize it often enough. And instead they get aggravated and disgusted when things don't go their way. And yet the old one door closes, one door open is so true. And when you get to be our age, and Bob and I are the same age, we can reflect back over 6 decades of life. And I know you feel the same way and go, oh, well, that's why that happened. And that's why that happened. And that's why that happened. When at the time we're like, why is this happening? But it's such a good story. And I'm excited to hear your discussion today. So I'm going to leave you and let you take the stage and welcome everyone to Bob Vetter's discussion about encountering peace on the other side of stirring up your emotions.
Thank you, Celia. So the way that I came upon this particular title and this particular theme is I was just thinking about calm. I was thinking about the title of International Day of Calm. And all of a sudden I flashed on something that takes place regularly in the Temazcal. Now, let me explain what Temazcal is. Temazcal is the ancient Mesoamerican version of the sweat lodge. So it's a chamber to go into with a group of people where there is ceremony, there is heat. It actually comes from a Nahuatl word. Nahuatl is the language of the Mexica, who most of you probably know as the Aztec, and the word Temazcali is their word, and it means house of vapor. So it's a place to go into for ritual purification. It's a place of prayer. It's a place of ceremony. And I thought about something that happens inside there. And that's just a tease because I'm going to get back to that a little bit later. So let's start by just saying that I would like everybody to have a piece of paper and pencil handy because there'll be a part where I'll be speaking, just giving you some background information, and then there'll be a part where we'll actually do a hands-on activity since this is a webinar. So I'll begin by telling you a little bit about my personal journey, and you heard a taste of it during my conversation, my brief conversation with Celia. But from the time that I was a child, I felt that there was something deeply wrong with my own culture. I didn't find any meaning in my own religious background, which was one denomination of Christianity. And I never felt that it answered any of the questions that I had. So I kind of turned my back on that. And from the time that I was in junior high, I explored other cultures. And specifically, I began with a study of yoga and Hinduism and the actual scriptures of Hinduism, and studied that from that time, and then brought in Buddhism, Taoism, lots of different Eastern practices, and went more deeply as time went on. When I went to college as an undergraduate student, I studied philosophy and anthropology. And I like to think of philosophy as representing the ideal and anthropology representing the real, what people actually do. So in my courses, I was studying mostly Asian cultures and learning about their way of looking at the world. And I went deeper and deeper into these practices, went on a course of study in India to delve more deeply into Hinduism and Hindu practices in particular. Now, I would like to just explain a little bit about how that fit into my own life. Now, in Hinduism, there are a lot of meditative practices. There are a lot of contemplative practices. And so also in Buddhism and Taoism. So I was involved in all of this. Within the idea of meditation, there is one particular strain that suggests that meditation, by observing our thoughts, that we can find a still point at the center, that we can even out the ups and downs that we go through emotionally. And I know if I say that that the following is what describes these practices, I know somebody is going to say that I am mistaken. So I'll say that my interpretation of it was to think of emotions as an enemy. Now, I had my own challenges going into all of this that had to do with my own upbringing, living in what I would describe as a broken family. And in the process of seeking alternatives in other cultures and other ways of understanding this intersection of healing and spirituality, I probably, in retrospect, looking back on it, experienced something that we call spiritual bypass, which is avoiding the problems that you have or the issues that you have that are emotional in nature or psychological in nature, and instead turning to a different world, a spiritual world that somehow seems better. And that may have just been my interpretation of it, but I would argue that it's very easy to fall into that. And all these practices can become somewhat dissociative. In other words, it's possible to get so involved in these things that you sort of dissociate from the things that are going on in your own life. So at any rate, I had this plan, as I described to Celia before. I had this plan that I was going to go more deeply into this in graduate school, and that eventually I would go to Asia to study this intersection of healing and spirituality. I ended up going to graduate school at the University of Oklahoma, as I said before, which was this odd twist of fate. And I found myself in the middle of Indian country, or Native America. Oklahoma has the highest diversity of Native American cultures, with 37 federally recognized tribes. So I ended up eventually, through a curious twist of fate, meeting an old man named Oliver Patapony, who was the last medicine man of the Comanche people. And eventually he adopted me into his family. He made me his grandson. And I got to know about his life. I got to know the story about how he became a medicine man and how he didn't intend to be a medicine man, but as an older man, he got sick, he got cancer, went into the hospital. Eventually, doctors told him that they had done everything they could for him, and he could stay there if he wanted, or he could leave, but they had exhausted all the possibilities. So he told his wife, he told his son that he would be going out on something that non-Native people often call a vision quest, a solo vigil at a place of power in nature. And in his case, it was in the Wichita Mountains in southwest Oklahoma. And he had an experience that changed his life. And I I won't necessarily go into that whole experience now, but what I will say is that what he described is the classic example of a wounded healer, because he went from being healed of his cancer, because he never had it again after that, to becoming a healer. The same power that entered him, which was a power of fire that entered him, gave him the power that he would eventually use in healing other people. And that became his life path until the day that he died. And in many ways, his story became a lifelong inspiration for me. So I grew tremendously through that event, through, number one, being adopted into his family. I have to say that adoption and a number of the other adoptions that I had in being taken into a number of Native American families of a number of tribes changed something about my life, something about the problems that I had, I guess, in looking back on it, that were the result of my isolation and my family upbringing. Number two, it also launched me on a way of seeing spirituality embedded in social relations and how healing that can be in itself. And then third, it gave me an example of seeing what the specifics are of these healing practices. And now we can say also the connection between that and human emotions, which I'll get into here in a little bit. A little later on, or a number of years later, I met another old man who was Richard Tarza Sr., and he was a Kiowa medicine man, and he adopted me into his family. He took me as a nephew, and the book that I co-wrote with him, as Celia said, is called Big Bow, The Spiritual Life and Teachings of a Kiowa Family, and it outlines a lot of the things that Uncle Richie did and how he doctored people and how that connected with the history of the Kiowa people and his own family members, his ancestors. Over the years, I got to participate in many different Native American ceremonies that were transformative for me. And I attribute a lot of the healing in my own life to the ceremonies that I experienced with them. Parallel to that, I developed an interest in another healing practice called curanderismo, which is a combination of indigenous healing practices with European, specifically Spanish influence. It has African influences. It has Middle Eastern influences. But the way I came to that is I was in a course in graduate school on ancient Mesoamerica, and the professor said that he had done his field work in Oaxaca, Mexico. And he mentioned one day in class, in passing, that there is this healing practice called curanderismo that is still practiced today. And all of a sudden, it perked up my interest, and I spoke with him after the class. And he told me a little bit. I mean, he didn't honestly know that much about it, but he told me about how it's in practice today in Mexico and how particularly strong it is in Oaxaca in southwestern Mexico. So in my mind, I did an independent study project on it and decided that that was where I really wanted to put a lot of my emphasis for the second half of my graduate studies. And in doing that study, I found that there is indigenous curanderismo in Mexico, but that it was also practiced on the United States of the side of the border. So I set an intention, and the intention was that I would do a short-term project on curanderismo in San Antonio, Texas. And then eventually I would go and live for a year in Oaxaca, Mexico, and study curanderismo there and kind of look at how the two were similar and in what ways they were different. As it turned out, I took a terminal master's degree and kind of put that project on the shelf for quite a few years until I found myself in San Antonio, Texas, in order to go to a Native American ceremony. So I decided that while I was in San Antonio all these years later, I would look into how it's being practiced. And I almost gave up. It was the last day that I was there with my wife, Maddie, when all of a sudden I found an obscurance to a lecture that had been given years prior to that in a library where a woman named Berta Valdez had been giving a talk along with an anthropologist named Elizabeth de la Portilla. So it said that this lady Bertha, that she worked in a little shop in San Antonio, Texas, which turned out to be like just a few doors down from the hotel that we were staying in. So I walked in the day before I was scheduled to go back to New York, and there was Bertha. You know, she only worked there part-time, but she was there that day. And Maddie and I spent the entire day with Bertha, and I was learning directly from her about curanderismo, about these ancient practices and how they're practiced today and how she did it there in San Antonio. She became my first teacher of curanderismo. And she taught me the beginning of an interesting practice that links up two separate techniques. One is called plática and one is called limpia. And both of them are very strongly connected with the emotions. Plática is the heart-to-heart talk. And in some ways, it can be compared with psychotherapy because it is deep communication, deep listening on the part of the curandero or curandera, depending on if it's a man or a woman. And it is a way of articulating emotions. It's connecting story to the events in a person's life with the emotions. And as Celia so rightly explained just a few minutes ago, no human emotion is a bad emotion, but emotions become problematic when we can't move them, when they become stuck. So plática is a way of identifying issues that need to be resolved. And it's sometimes compared with peeling an onion, because typically what a person shows up with in terms of an issue to be resolved is not the underlying one. It's not the deepest one. So what we do in plática is we peel away layers of the onion. I've actually gone on to say that I think a better way to look at it is like a garlic clove, a garlic bulb, because you've got all of these things that are next to each other and you peel layers, but you may go laterally and go to a different clove of garlic. When whatever the issue or issues are that are determined, we then go on to something called a limpia, which has been described as a spiritual cleansing ceremony. And it's a way of symbolically resolving the things that have been articulated in the plática. And we use things from nature, like, for example, we use flowers, we use herbs, we use candles, we use an egg, we use a lot of very, very simple things from nature. And some of them are designed to absorb whatever it is that has become toxic. So, for example, one of the things that we do is called a barrida, which is a ritual sweeping, where we may have a single rose, we may have a bundle of herbs, and having described the emotions that have become problematic, we literally sweep the body with it in order to symbolically and perhaps physically dust off all of the emotional dust. So it's based on this idea that most of us have emotional residue on us that we really don't have a way typically of getting rid of. So we do it symbolically, we do it physically, we do it through this discussion, but we are removing all of that dust that has settled on over the course of the years. So Bertha really introduced me to this, but later I entered into an apprentice program with Elena Avila, who I believe was truly a master of these things that I'm describing. So she wrote a book called Woman Who Glows in the Dark. And if you have an interest in this area, I encourage you to read that book. It was really an excellent, excellent book. And she really learned a lot about Plática because, interestingly enough, Elena started out living in Mexico. Her family moved to South Texas, and eventually she became interested in Western medicine and really was kind of ashamed of the culture that she came from. She eventually became a psychiatric nurse and went through all the schooling for that, worked in that field, and then later in life became interested in going back to her own roots, learned about curanderismo, and became a curandera, who in many ways utilized what she had learned in psychiatric nursing to put that back into the way that we do Plática. So I believe that she was really, really an expert at this. So the point of all of this is that in curanderismo, what we do is we explore story. And a person's story or personal history can either be one that is a way of holding us back or a way of releasing us. And a lot of it goes along with a chart of our emotions, problematic emotions, emotions that we want. And we try to obviously move from the problematic ones to the ones that we want. And that's a lot of the personal one-on-one work that I do, is where we delve into story, we identify limiting beliefs, and we look at the emotions that go along with the story. And I remember during COVID, I was trying to come up with a way to kind of describe this. At the time, during COVID, I had put in some raised flower beds where I was growing herbs to use in curanderismo along with some vegetables. And I was thinking about a metaphor to describe all of this because we use a lot of metaphors. And I was watering the plants. And as I was going from one end of the bed to the other, all of a sudden, no more water was coming out of the hose. And when I turned around and I looked behind me, I saw that there was a kink in the hose. And of course, I just went up to it and I undid the kink. So I thought, well, that's the perfect metaphor. You know, what happens is we experience emotions throughout our day, throughout our week, throughout our month, throughout our life. And as long as those emotions move and flow, everything is going okay. There is no problematic emotion. But what happens sometimes is there's a kink in the hose. And that's what happens when an emotion becomes stuck. And the clue that something like that is happening is when you look at a pattern that happens over and over and over again in your life. Typically, that's the kink in the hose. It's kind of like an old school record player where you've got a record that has a scratch in it and it hits this part and it goes over and over and over again. So if there's something that happens repeatedly and it generates these problematic emotions, that's the clue that this is something that needs to be shifted, that there needs to be a way to move that stuck emotion. And that's what a lot of this work specifically is. One of the branches of curanderismo is Temazcal. And I had been experiencing North American sweat lodges for many, many years before I went to my first Temazcal. So the Temazcal is usually a permanent structure where rocks are heated up until they're red hot, and we have an infusion of herbs. It's a rock tea, we call it, that is poured onto the rocks periodically during the ceremony. So everybody files in, and we think of this as the womb of Mother Earth. And inside there are a variety of things that happen. There's typically 4 rounds. Sometimes we describe one for each of the 4 directions, and different things go on in there. At times we are silent. At times we are singing. At times we are praying. At times we are speaking about what's in our heart and what's in our mind. But the specific thing that we do that made me think about this topic for today's talk and webinar is one of the things that we do in there is we ask, what is an emotion that you've felt within the last week or so that has been problematic for you? And we make a sound that describes that emotion. So the emotion might be, it could be anger, it could be rage, it could be sorrow, despair, depression, whatever the emotion is, we express it through sound. And then we attach a word to it. And then everybody in the entire group will chant that sound 4 times with that person. And typically towards the end of this round, 1 or more people will start to cry. And over the course of time, others will join them. And it can sometimes get very, very intense there. I've been in there where there was weeping and wailing going on, or screaming going on, you know, things that are pretty intense when you're in a small chamber. But what I've noticed is that there is a movement that happens, because by the time everybody exits the Temazcal, after going through all of the other things that go on in the ceremony, typically everybody comes out with a smile on their face. We go in and we have a communal meal that we all eat together, and everybody is all smiles. So something, it means that something happened in there. Something absolutely magical happens in there. We had one member who came up to me a long time after he had been there with a family, and one of the family members told me that he wanted to sponsor a Temazcal in order to express his thanks for the transformation that happened to him in there. And I didn't even know it, but it was, he had been addicted to alcohol and drugs, which I didn't know. And something happened in there that gave him the strength to give that up. So he found something in there, something beautiful in there. And so much of it is this result of transforming our emotions. And I like to think of it as an alchemical process. You know, ancient alchemy was this idea that you could transform lead into gold, or at least that was the physical manifestation of it. But the spiritual significance is of how we can take something of a lower state and transform it into something of a higher state. And I like to think of this as the exact spot where spirituality and healing meet. So with that, I think we'll go on to a practice, something that I would like everybody to try out. So what I'd like you to do is to think of something that happened over the course of the last week, something that brought along with it problematic emotions. Now, it could be road rage. You know, you could be driving down the road, everything's fine, and all of a sudden, but somebody cuts you off and it brings up anger. It could be some interpersonal problem that you have with a family member or a coworker. Whatever it is, come up with that and just jot down. We're going to just take about a minute to write down in a few sentences what the story is, and then articulate the emotion. And I'm going to give you literally 60 seconds to write this down. So I'm going to count. I'm going to be silent for 60 seconds while you write that down. So just a couple of either bulleted points or sentences about the problematic emotion, and then give a label to the emotion itself, starting now. And in 10 more seconds, we'll wrap that part up. Very good. Now we'll take one more minute in just a moment to write down the emotion that you would prefer. So this one is the opposite for you. In other words, let's say that the issue is anger. And well, the opposite of anger might be one thing for me. It might be something different for you and something different for 5 other people. But you'll write down what the opposite emotion is and talk about, just write a sentence or two about a time in your life that you experienced that other emotion. So one is the flip side of the other. And I won't go into this in any detail, but very often one is linked to the other, where one is the light side and one is the shadow of it. So we'll do the same thing. We'll take 60 seconds to write down a time that you have experienced the opposite of what you said in the first one, and then give a title, give a name to that alternative emotion. So starting right now, 60 seconds again. And by now, you should have 2 emotions and 2 aspects of your own experience written down. So one is the emotion that you'd like to shift or move, which has been problematic in some way, a very short, either bulleted or short description of an experience where that dark aspect of emotion was experienced in your life recently, and then the opposite of it, and a time in your life when you felt exactly the opposite of that. Now, what I wish I could do is take all of you with me right now into the Temazcal and use that deep ceremony as a way of moving from one to the other. But obviously that's not possible. Or an individual limpia, where we are one-on-one. But in the absence of both of those, we're going to utilize something from a different technology. So it comes, what I'm going to do with you today is a combination of a closed eye meditation with something that comes out of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, specifically a technique called collapsing anchors. And that maybe sounds a little bit odd, but we're going to do this together. And it's something that you'll be able to do with a combination of having your eyes open and having your eyes closed. So first, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes and just take a moment to just kind of settle in and allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this activity. And I want you to take a moment to review your week and go to that experience that we just talked about, the problematic one. Find that experience and feel the emotion that you felt at that time. And I want you to see what you saw in your mind's eye, feel what you felt in your body, hear the sounds that you felt. And at the very peak of this, I want you to start rubbing your thumb into your index finger and just rub it back and forth. And feel that experience, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, you felt, even that you smelled in that moment. And as soon as you feel fully identified with that experience that you'd like to shift, release that hold. So separate your left thumb from your index finger. And now open your eyes, look up, look down, look to the left, look to the right, and just be in the room for a moment. Now we're going to return to it. So close your eyes again and go back to another example of the same emotion. So this is a different memory, but connected with the same emotion. And again, I'll ask you to see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel what you felt, and now begin rubbing your thumb into your index finger, rubbing back and forth until the peak of the emotion. And once you feel that, you can release it. And now open your eyes, look up, look down, look left, look right. Be present in the room for a moment. And now we're going to test it. So now I'll ask you to close your eyes again. Don't think of anything in particular. Just rub your thumb and your index finger together. And if everything is right in what we've done, merely rubbing your left thumb into your index finger is going to bring back a little bit of that feeling, the connection to that negative emotion. But don't worry, we're not going to stay stuck in that, I promise. Okay, please open your eyes. And again, look up, look down, look left, look right. Maybe think about what you had for dinner last night. We're just trying to kind of wipe the slate clean. And now, assuming that you are ready, please close your eyes again. And this time, we'll focus on the positive emotion, the one that you identified as being the opposite of the problematic one. And go to a time when you felt it really, really strong. And whatever it is, whatever you saw, you'll see it again. Whatever you heard, you'll hear it again. Whatever you felt, you'll feel it again. But now take that feeling and pump it up, build it up, double it in intensity, double it again in intensity, so that all of the things that you saw are brighter in color, crisper in the way that they look. The sound is even louder and stronger. The feeling is that much more intense. And build it, build it, build it to the highest state of that positive emotion. And now, using your right hand instead of your left, rub your thumb and your index finger pads together and feel it stronger and stronger and stronger. And at the peak of that emotion, let go, release. And now you can open your eyes and look up, look down, look left, look right. Kind of clear the field a little bit for a moment. And I'll invite you to close your eyes again. And using the same emotion that we described, find another memory. that serve that emotion, where you felt that so intensely, and step into that moment of your experience. And again, in this memory, see everything that you saw, feel everything that you felt, hear every beautiful sound that you heard, and make it stronger and more intense. And now at the peak of the emotion, rub your right thumb to your right index finger repeatedly. And at the absolute peak, you can release again. And now open your eyes, look up, look down, look left, look right. Think about what you're going to have for dinner tonight. I like to use that as a way to kind of clear the field for a moment. So now we have one other major step, which is the collapse of the anchors. By now, you should have a much, much stronger association with the positive emotion and the positive experience, because it has been that much stronger, that much deeper. So at this point, I'll ask you to close your eyes again. And this time, we're going to fire both at the same time. So simply rub the thumb to the index finger in both your right and your left hand at the same time. Rubbing, rubbing, rubbing. Continue to rub back and forth, until finally stop with the left hand, which was the negative one, and continue to rub back and forth with just the right hand. And feel what it's like to have the negative emotion collapse, and now release the right as well. And now with your hands in your lap, keep your eyes closed for just a short while and allow a sense of calm and peace to be with you. One way that I like to describe this is if you think of the negative emotions as, if you like to go to the ocean like I do, sometimes there'll be a brown foam that will float in. And the beauty of the ocean is that it'll wash it away and replace it with some beautiful white foam. So let's take a moment to just feel these waters start to calm down and be in that moment, the calm that comes when we shift our emotions from problematic ones that are stuck to fluid ones that move, that allow you to experience the joy of the present moment. And just sit silently for a moment in the peace that comes as a result. Breathe the way that you breathe when you are completely calm and at peace. Feel the joy, feel the positive emotions. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And this simple technique that we did today, you can do over and over again. You can choose the emotions that are helpful to you, the ones that will guide you along the way, and the things that are important and meaningful to you. And it tells us that we have choice, that we don't simply have to be we don't have to be victims to our emotions. We also don't have to put the emotions off to the side. We don't have to bypass them. We don't have to suppress them and push them down, because the thing about human emotions is that it's like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You push it down in one spot and it has a way of popping up in another. In this practice, we understand what's going on presently in the moment. We learn about our emotions and what alternatives that we have when we're experiencing a stuck emotion. So I encourage you to enjoy this practice. I also wanted to let you know about something, a free resource that you can find at my website, which is below www.bobvetter.com. I have a board game that I created that's called Sustos. And I didn't talk about this at all, but within Curanderismo, we have this idea that we experience events in our life that are called susto. Each susto is a moment of spiritual fright where a piece of the soul, we believe, gets stuck, it gets splintered. It leaves along with some of the life force and the energy that you have, and it goes to a particular spot and it stays there until we retrieve it. So in soul retrieval practices, we go to all of those places and we retrieve the parts of us that left due to trauma or due to other intense negative experiences. But I created this board game called Sustos that you can do either by yourself or with a group of people. And I based it on a game called Chutes and Ladders that probably most of you played as a kid. What you might not know is that Chutes and Ladders actually began as a board game that was created for Hindu monks to understand how experiences in our life can either elevate or drop you down. And in this game of Sustos, we look at those events in life as an opportunity to either go up or go down. So all you need is to download the game with the rules of the game and the game board, and have on hand a die that you'll roll. And you play this with several people, ideally, and playing pieces. You could use coins or some little colored object for each person. So I encourage you to download the game and have fun with it and use it as an opportunity to explore your own life and how spirituality and healing intersect in your own life. It's a fun way to do it. So thank you for having me, Celia. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
I'm always muted. You think I would learn? It's a repetitive problem. It's the kink in the hose. But I really appreciate this. I did the practice along with you, and truly helpful. And I just, I love being able to learn different ways to better ourselves and conquer areas that we're stuck in, because we're all stuck in different places depending on your life experiences. So I thank you, and I can't wait to download the game. I don't think I knew that was on there, so I'm going to plan on downloading it. How do you spell Sustos?
S-U-S-T-O is the singular.
Oh, S-U-S-T-O. S-E
and
for the game?
With the S, it's the plural. So that's
okay.
That Sustos is the title of the game. And what's interesting about it is when you find patterns of things that happen over and over again. Why does this always happen to me? A lot of times it is connected with Sustos, because the way I like to explain it is that if you think of everything functioning well, you have all these links in the chain that are equally strong. But when we experience trauma in our life of various kinds, it often creates like a weak link in the chain. And all of a sudden, the same thing happens, especially when you're under a lot of stress. And that's the clue when these things get connected to one another, when thematically the same things seem to happen over and over again. Usually it's connected to a susto or a series of sustos.
And that is so such a common pattern as well in parenting, where I help parents with the same thing. If there is a repetitive issue, be proactive to examine it and resolve it.
Exactly.
And people deal with this every day. And people will say to me, oh, every day they're throwing food. Every day they're throwing a tantrum. Every day they're doing something. And it's also our own behavior that, of course, influences our children. So
Exactly.
this is a wonderful method to try to resolve what affects us in daily life and happens again and again. I really appreciate your discussion, and I find that it's so interesting to me when you spoke about the Temescal and how, I don't know what's the word I'm thinking of, how people are so able to recover from a simple ceremony. I think people don't realize that when they start incorporating a certain practice into their life, like meditation, maybe reading, maybe music, maybe, like Abraham was talking about, dance, how helpful it can be in really creating your peace, your calm.
So yeah, so it's all about what is the essential structure of this? So the structure is we have a problematic experience and emotion that goes with it. We articulate it, and then we set up an intentionality. And it is that intentionality that is the first step to change. We create a belief, a supporting belief that change can happen, that we can get through it, that we can find something better on the other side. And, in your case, working so closely with parents, I would encourage them to do the same thing, to look back on the story. What is the emotion? How is it that I want to change it? Do I have this belief that I can change it? How do I set up that intention? See a clear understanding of what can be. Why is it important to me in my life to create that change? These are steps to create positive change.
And we've heard from so many speakers that have been hit with adversity and seems almost overwhelming. Some people would be, totally overwhelmed. Like if you listen to Nick's story from yesterday, where he's survived 4 cancers and his parents' death and car accidents and one thing after another. And he just decided that wasn't going to stop him, and it didn't have any power over him. And I think that's an important message for everybody to realize, that we do have the power. We have the power to conquer things and to become better in our lives, in our purpose, with children, everything that we're trying to do. We have the power to improve. We have the power to learn a better way.
And that's how we move from a victim to a conscious agent of change.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Bob, so much. So helpful. And I know our listeners, our viewers will take this, I hope, to heart and really start practicing it, because the more you when you first do it, maybe awkward, maybe it's not as easy to identify the emotion. And for me, there was a time recently, and I knew that emotion right off the bat. But it may be harder for somebody else. And just keep practicing it, and you will find I don't want to say ease, but the ability to do this again and again to help yourself overcome.
Absolutely. And Celia, thank you for having me for this and holding this event and being an instrument of positive change in the world.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much. And we have a comment from a person. Do you see that? Behind every productive person, I have found great routine or ritual. So true. So true.
Absolutely.
And I think that's, part of your message here. And I appreciate you being a part of this. You have so much wisdom and so much we can learn from our elders, from different cultures, And that's like the whole point, is instead of hating, instead of division, see what you can learn from each other, because that's where unity happens. So thank you, Bob. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Celia. Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye. And to everybody that's here, thank you for being here. We're going to take a short break. We're going to run some videos. We have a very wonderful speaker coming up next. Michael Ian Cedar is the king of gratitude, and legacy and empowerment. And he will start in an hour, but in the meantime, so take a break, have some lunch if you're on this time zone. Maybe not. Maybe you're having dinner. Maybe you're having a nap. But take the time to take a break, refresh. We're going to show you some information that we'd love you to watch. We encourage your support of the Day of Calm Foundation. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and it is all tax deductible, and it's going towards soothing the world of anger and rage and really ridding ourselves of senseless violence against children. It is out of control. It is an epidemic. And if you agree with this, if you agree that we need to find more calm, we need to take it personally, then please don't, whatever you can, even if it's $1, everything helps. Everything helps keep our mission strong, keeping our trainings, going to parents, going to children, going to jails, going to schools, going to colleges, empowering this world. It is a huge mission. Yes, but I know we can do it. I know we can start really offering to the kids of this world a safe generation, safe life for generations to come. Please watch this video and please donate at dayofcalm.org. Thank you for being here.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nazarene Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help, is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us for the International Guys, stay tuned. Don't leave, because in about 45 minutes, Michael Ian Cedar will take the stage and he will be our final speaker of the day, but so much that you need to learn to help you and your family and your friends be calmer, more intentional, more peaceful, and happier. Now, another video for you to watch.
Life can be overwhelming. We all have our struggles, our differences, and our own pressures. But what if we took a step back, looked beyond our individual perspectives, and discovered the common grounds that unite us?
Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on and on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help, is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us for the International Day of Calm and our calm projects that occur all throughout the year. And thank you for listening. Hi, everyone. I'm
viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nasaran Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Welcome back, everybody. We're excited to have our final session of day 2 of the Day of Calm Summit. I am excited for everyone joining us again. I thank you for joining us for all these days. We have another great day tomorrow. But if you're new to the broadcast, I just want to tell you who I am. I'm Celia Kibler, and I'm the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I do what I do because it's time to bring peace and calm to everyone around the world personally. We work to soothe the anger and rage, an epidemic of anger and rage, in order to bring an end to the senseless violence against children and everybody everywhere. Every time you turn on the news, it goes on and on. The wars, the destruction, the trafficking, the school shootings, on and on. And although we need to intentionally work on controlling weapons, we more so need to work on the brain of the person behind the weapon, because that is where the anger and rage lies. And that is the anger and rage that that person is putting forth into society. So that's why we do this. That's why all these great people that have been on this summit so far are working together to start soothing this anger and rage, to give you tools so you can personally take responsibility for yourself, take emotional ability to stabilize what you need to stabilize, to regulate what you need to regulate, and to really create emotion and intelligence, not just for you, for your family, for your children, for generations to come. So I'm happy you're all here because our next speaker is someone that I met many, many moons ago, back in the days of Periscope. And if you don't remember Periscope, Periscope was the first video broadcasting platform before Facebook, not before YouTube, but where we did live broadcasts. And that is where I met Michael Ian Cedar. He is the founder of the Gratitude Slam, and he has been consistently for years conducting a daily ritual of gratitude and a weekly ritual of gathering everyone together to really encourage gratitude and to teach people that are not so good at it how to get better. He teaches about legacy and all kinds of things. Let me tell you a little bit about this man. His topic is gratitude as self-care, and he'll go into why that's so important. Michael is a seasoned executive leadership and personal fulfillment coach, facilitator, and keynote speaker with over 20 years of experience aligning clients' professional and personal lives. He is certified in the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator and skilled in the 360 feedback process. With a background managing Broadway musical, bus, and truck tours to over 130 cities annually, he excelled in high-pressure environments, fostering collaboration amongst diverse creative teams. Kind of what we're trying to do here. Bring connection, bring understanding, reaching out to people of different cultures, different backgrounds, and learning about each other instead of just blocking each other, instead of getting so irritated because somebody doesn't think like you. We all have our own brains. We all have to think according to our own values and our own beliefs. And we all have valid reasons why we think the way we do. What we need to start doing more of is understanding each other and being grateful, taking inventory of our lives to understand where we are rich. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about wealth of being. So I bring to the stage this wonderful man, this fascinating speaker, my friend, Michael Ian Cedar.
Thank you so much for having me, Celia. When you reached out to ask me, I was like, what an honor. And right prior to coming online, I was watching that video that plays of you talking about your father and some of the things that are happening with the younger generations being exposed to violence and actually being at the affect of violence. And so one day offline, you and I have to talk about how Columbine impacted my entire professional trajectory. Because everything I do was pretty much, it was like everything led up to that moment. It happened. I was here in New York City, and all my choices from that point on were based off of that. So I found it when we've been in each other's orbits for quite some time. So thanks for having me here.
I'm thrilled to have you. I can't think of a better person to come on and influence the world. And, you know, it's so true. It's like, you know, America by far, unfortunately, holds the lead in school shootings.
Yeah.
And it is, to what I think, the anger and rage that gunman is holding to be willing to shoot children. But in my eyes, they're almost shooting their own childhood. They're so miserable. They're so angry. They're raging so much that they would do this and be so destructive to humanity. What was their childhood like?
Well, one of the thing that impacted me most, I was probably 19 years old at the time. When it happened, it was either 19 or 20. I was one of those. And again, I was here in New York City. I knew nobody directly that was involved with it. And I, in a very quixotic kind of way, was like, wow, what did I not create in the world that the mindset work didn't get to? They were two young men. There were two young men who went into the school. And I was like, you know, but I was like, wow, I was like, wow, what did I not do earlier in my life that I created something that got to someone, that got to someone else, that got to someone else, that maybe the signs would have been there. And I'm so in alignment with mindset is everything.
Everything.
Our physical states, our mental states, they're everything. I know, working as an executive coach in corporations, I get to meet lots of people with lots of zeros in their bank account, but they're utterly unhappy, utterly stressed. And I'm like, that's not wealth. Okay. Hey, I'm all for money. I enjoy money quite a bit, but it's not until they go, wow, this is the most important thing. And that's where gratitude comes in for me. And I would love to talk more about gratitude to the audience and see how we can impact ourselves so that we can show up for the outside world and hopefully impact the next few generations, which could really use a little leadership, in my opinion, right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And hopefully everything we do here will be influential to somebody else. One person that's listening and says, I didn't think about that.
Well, already you've got Anna in the chat section there. Clearly this resonates with her. That's gonna. So hi, Anna. Thank you for wanting to embody these values, right? Because we're not right, we're not wrong. These are our values, and you and I have been in each other's orbits for a while because we share the same values.
Absolutely. And I tell people how much a ritual practice can change things. Mm-hmm. And Bob talked about it. You talked about it in a comment to Bob's in reflection on what he was saying. And gratitude is one of those seriously life-changing things if you're willing to do it. But since you're the master of gratitude, I'd like you to talk about it. And I'm going to give you the floor, and everyone watching, I give you Michael Ian Cedar.
Thank you very much. And I would consider myself a student of gratitude, way more than a master of gratitude. Maybe when I depart this meat sack over here, I'll be able to be a master of gratitude. But for now, I'm a student, and I love to share the things I've learned. I really get a lot of energy and a lot of juice from engagement, from interaction. So if you're watching this, whether it's on Facebook or it's on YouTube, I'd love for you to just say hi in the chat section, hello, howdy, or just write the word gratitude inside the chat section, just to warm up your fingers, to get things moving. As Celia said, I've done a lot of leadership things out on the road with entertainment, with Broadway shows, with national dance events. But I've for a while, quite some time now, I've been working as a mindset and leadership coach. And I'm like, this is it. Stop the world. I want to get off. And I'm really excited to be able to share some of these mindset tools here today, in fact. So ever since I was a child, even before what I was talking to Celia about with the when Columbine happened, I always knew, I think I was very lucky. I didn't have the words for it, but I always knew that what was important to me is that everyone had the ability to feel at peace. And not feel, because we can feel at peace, no problem. There's bottles that can, and there's things we can do to feel at peace in a given moment. I want us to be at peace. And I've always known as a kid, I'm like, I want to help people be at peace, and I want people to feel fulfilled. And that was before I was fulfilled. That's before I was at peace. Hey there, Ampam from India. Awesome having you here at 12 a.m. Wow, that's some commitment and dedication to increasing your mindset. So excited to have you here. Again, if anyone else is here, say hi in the chat section, or just put a word of gratitude in the chat section, like Anna did, like Anupam said there, so that we can have more of a community, right? That's what this is about building a community with people with like-minded values. And I hate to tell you, we're technically not in the room together, right? We've got this glass screen between us over here. So whether you're doing this live, or you're watching this as a replay, or you're either way, I hope that as you're listening, you lean into the exercises that I'm going to do, because it's important to me that more people can find one or two tools to really wake up in the day and go, wow, I can make a difference for myself so that I can serve others. So whether there's one person that's in the chat section or 100 people in the chat section, would love for you to participate in the chat section. And gratitude is a practice, right? If we want to look at gratitude truly as self-care, we could look at that and we can go, oh, okay, well, that sounds all cute. That sounds like a nice Instagram badge. That sounds like something fuzzy. But no, gratitude is a practice. Mindset is a practice. I suffered throughout my life with great guilt, anxiety, and darkness. And I was committed, even though I always knew I wanted to help other people have the ability to be at peace and fulfilled. I didn't always have it. And so I've been on a lifelong quest. I'm still on the quest. But one of the things that I found that had pulled me out of the guilt, the anxiety, and the darkness the fastest was the ability to practice gratitude. And I know so many people are like, oh, gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. Oh, thankfulness, thankfulness, thankfulness. I'm going to look at it from a little bit of a different angle today. But since gratitude is a practice, it's both a feeling, by the way, and it's a practice. So gratitude is a feeling. I'm not going to talk about the feeling of gratitude, though it's important. And I really love feeling gratitude. And I love feeling grateful. And I love receiving gratitude. Gratitude, the feeling, and gratitude, the practice, though they feed one another, they're not the same. And so if you're watching this live, I want you to put in the chat section right now, or if you're watching this as a replay, put it in the chat section right now. Celia knows I do this on the group, the Gratitude Slam she mentioned. Literally write, I am so grateful. I am so grateful. I am so grateful. So I am so grateful. I am so grateful. I am so grateful. Even if you don't feel grateful right now, because I'm saying this is our practice time, then we're practicing saying it. Because what's important is that we can start getting used to knowing that, there you go, Deacom. There you go, Anapam. There you go, Day of Calm Foundation. It looks like people are logged in under different things. I love that you're participating, right? Even if you're like, this is silly, just practice it. My wife loves yoga. I'm not a big yoga fan. I get it. I appreciate it. I think it's really cool. I know it's got some ancient wisdom behind it, but my wife loves yoga. And like, she'll do tree pose, right? And I'll do it with her sometimes. I just get bored. That's just me, though. That's just me. I'm not taking away from it. Right? You're getting a goosebumps moment. Great. I want to know more people when you have your goosebumps moment. If you have a goosebump moment, I want you to write the word key in the chat section. In fact, I'll do it right now. I'm going to put key in the chat section in YouTube. I'm going to put the word key in the chat section on Facebook. And what I mean by key is I just unlocked something for you. In fact, I've got my big key right here because I love having keys. Oh, maybe I can't find my key fast enough. Never mind. Can't find my key fast enough. So if I say something or you say something, oh, here's a key, or someone in the chat section says something, I want you to say key because it unlocks something. It unlocks a door for you. So thanks for practicing saying key. And again, if you're watching this as a replay, put down the carrots and hummus, and I want you to put your fingers on the keyboard and practice. Because what I was saying is about yoga is when my wife does yoga and she does tree pose and she falls out of it, she's not like, I'm a bad person. No, it's a practice. She goes, oh, I fell over. And then there's some days she's like, I don't want to go do yoga. But she's like, but it's my practice. She's like, I don't want to do tree pose right now. But it's a practice. And so, Zara, awesome seeing you here as well. So gratitude is both feeling and practice. And I love it. I put it in the chat section when the last presenter was on. So Xenia, awesome having you here too. We have some beautiful names in the room. I feel so, mine's Mike, Michael, right? I really mean it. As a leadership coach, I do get to work with people that impact our lives every single day. And what I have found is the people who are truly, really living life in the present moment and running these businesses. And forget the business owners. The parents that I get to engage with when I go do public events. The ones that are truly crushing it, that authentically seem happy. What I find them doing is I find that they have great ritual and reverence and practices in their life. And ritual is nothing more than anything done with great care. That's all ritual is. And when there's ritual, there's reverence. And when there's reverence, there's practice. I sit down and I have a tea ceremony with myself every single day. It ranges between 3 hours and an hour and a half. If you asked me 10 years ago if that would be something I'd be interested in, I'd be absolutely not. So speaking of practice and speaking of ritual, one of the things that I want us to do is practice creating space. So this is going to be about gratitude as self-care, I promise you. Because Zarzenia, what was your key? What was your key? I'd love to know what your key is. Or were you just practicing saying key there? So what I'd love for you to do is start to find ways to create space. So I love Japanese culture. Lauren, my wife, and I, we're practicing Japanese together right now, practicing Japanese together. And so we learn it, we talk about it. I'm like, we should label things in our house. And there's a word in Japan called usuji. And usuji means deep cleaning. And back in the ancient days, apparently it's still practiced sometimes in ancient cities like Kyoto. What happens is you go in the house and you pull, I'm being super simplistic here, by the way. You pull everything out of the house, every picture frame, every fork, every knife, and then you choose what goes back into the house. And maybe some things get left out and get donated or reused or upcycled. And then other things, maybe it's like, oh, that picture on the fireplace or on the mantle, that's an old picture of the family. I love it. And so let's put that in the den. Let's put this other picture, this newer picture up on the mantle instead. So everything has purpose. And that's a space-first lifestyle. But space is not limited to just the 4 walls, or in this place over here, because it's shaped so weirdly, like 12 walls. But it's also limited to the space up here and the space in here. And so if you're gonna start building some form of practice, I'm here to talk about a gratitude practice, creating space. So right now, while we're here, what I'd love for you to be able to do is create space right now. And that means, hey, this is time for you. This is literally time for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, let's be radically honest with each other here, because this is community. And it isn't until, like Brene Brown talks about, if we don't have vulnerability, we can't truly build a community that's healthy. And Celia's mission, creating an environment so that we can raise the next generation of leaders. That's what I'm obsessed with. We've got to be able to have vulnerability. And with all of this stuff, it doesn't happen as easily. It's actually really hard. It's going against the way we've been here for 650,000 years. These things have been evolving. So so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like, I'm really good at taking time for me, and 1, I feel utterly guilty for taking time for me. It makes me vomit thinking about it. Where do you stand? And even if you're watching the replay, I want you to do it. Scale of 1 to 10, put in the chat section. 1 being like, I will not take time for myself. I feel guilty taking time for myself. And then 10 being like, I'm really good at taking time for myself. I'm a master at it. I can do it whenever I want. Like, I'd say I'm probably in a 7.5 now from a recovering 3. So we got 2 7s in the room. Great, beautiful. And again, if you're watching this as a replay, I want you to start thinking about this. And so when we create space, what we're saying is, Zarzenia, an 8, that's beautiful, right? That's amazing. But of course, we have a group of individuals who are coming here to invest in themselves. So creating space is you give yourself a tangible action, a physical action. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll knock on my desk 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And now I'm like, okay, this is the space for this. If someone walks in the door, I'll tap in again and I'll say, what do you got? Okay, great. And I'll come back in. Often, I'm not doing it today. I'll light incense. I'll light a candle. When I'm done here, I've got to do some heads down work and I'll light a candle then. So I'm loving that this group here is into taking time for yourself. But I want to enhance that by saying create space. So right now, what are you going to do to say, hey, while I got Aunt Michael on the phone right now, I want to say this is the space I'm in. Now, some of you with the Day of Calm, you might be doing other things simultaneously, and I understand that. But what are you going to do right now to do a physical movement? Are you going to hug yourself? Are you going to stand in Wonder Woman or Wonder Man pose and go, take a deep breath, relax your shoulders, and come into the space. Because we talk about gratitude practices and self-care practices, I want you to have the opportunity to be able to create space so you go, wow, I'm good at taking time for myself, but now I am going to create space and enhance the time with myself. When I met Lauren, we did it at a rock and roll club here in New York City. And when all the guests came in on the screens didn't say, we had two big screens. The screens didn't say you complete me. The screen said you enhance me. So for those of you, which at least those of you watching live, you're really good at taking time for yourself without feeling guilt, anxiety, or any form of darkness. I want to enhance that time. So put in the chat section, what are you doing to say, okay, Mike, I got you. I'm going to create space. So did you tap the desk? Did you stand up? Did you flap your wings? What did you do to say this space of time? I wasn't clear on that. This space of time, you're marking it. And then when we're done, we can mark out of the space of time. So if I remember, I'll tap out because I might get caught up by talking with Celia at the end. So what are you going to do to create space right now? The space of time, right? There's space of physical, space of head, space of heart, and space of time. Maddie, totally agreeing, disconnecting, not using technology. So sometimes it's putting the phone on DND and then putting your hand on your heart, taking a breath. But there needs to be that physical movement. All right. So creating space to do a self-care practice. And to do a self-care practice, right, we first have to know, what does that mean? Like it's like the big kitsch word right now. Oh, self-care. Self-care Sunday, self-care Saturday. I'm not picking on people saying it, but it's really easy to talk about it. It's a whole nother thing to actually do something about it, right? We've got a bunch of individuals here in the chat section who are saying they're really good at taking time for themselves. But how do we know we're really getting the nourishment we need? And gratitude as self-care, we got to understand what self-care itself is. And the self-care is the ability to recognize and act on your needs so you can live your life's purpose fully. And life's purpose can mean whatever you think that means. That's a connection to source energy, whatever that means to you. That might be living your higher self, whatever that means to you. There's different words for that. And again, if you're watching this as a replay, I hope that you go back, or you in real time, you put your answers in the chat section or the comment section, depending where this is in. So as I mentioned before, there's two kinds of gratitude, feeling and practice. The practice of gratitude, I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot, but the immediate low-hanging fruit for practicing gratitude and appreciation is, one, it'll help you find opportunities to meet your needs up faster. And it'll also help you pivot when you're in a negative thinking state, or it'll help you pivot into an optimistic state faster than ever. And that's how gratitude came into my life, because as I said earlier, I used to really suffer from debilitating guilt, anxiety, and darkness during my lifetime. Still have it from time to time, but where I used to be maybe all out, now it's like, ooh, I am having momentary moments of feeling these emotions that don't serve me so well. Let me pivot out of them. And so one of the things I told Celia I'd want to talk about is debilitating gratitude versus productive gratitude. Just going like, oh, I'm so grateful that I have a job, even though your boss is completely abusive to you. Or I'm so happy I'm in this relationship with my friend, family, partner, spouse, lover, even though it is totally outside of alignment with your personal values. I'm grateful. You could say it, but it's not moving you forward. And that's how you know when you have debilitating gratitude. When you're just saying it because you're like checking it off the box just to say it. Versus productive gratitude, let's say you have a job. You're like, hey, I'm grateful I have a paycheck, but I'm also grateful that I realize and I recognize that my values and my boss's or manager's values don't align. Gratitude is the cousin, or is cousins with optimism. They're basically the same. Optimism, I forget if it's Greek or Latin. I'm pretty certain it's Latin. Yeah, it's going to be Latin now that I think about it. Optimism just comes from the Latin word optimum, which means best thing. What's the best thing? Which is different than, oh, I'm going to look for the silver lining. Well, I'm so happy I went bankrupt, or whatever, right? I'm just throwing something random out. Well, I'm so grateful. Oh, now I know what it's like to build from scratch. That's probably debilitating gratitude, because is it really moving you forward? Wow. I'm grateful I have my health. I'm grateful I've got my wealth. I'm grateful I got my family behind me. I'm grateful I got a friend who's going to let me sleep on the couch, whatever those things are. That's productive gratitude is when you go, what's the best thing right now? Which doesn't mean, let me find sunshines and rainbows. Because though, depending which scientist or psychologist you talk to, you can't feel anger and gratitude at the same time. You can feel sadness or anger or grief and practice gratitude at the same time, which is why I really love the idea of practicing gratitude, because it helps your mind start to find the best thing. What do I have? Gratitude has a bias towards action. In fact, I want everyone to put in the chat section right now that's here, and if you're watching this as a replay, I want you to put in the chat section the word action. Because to be alive is to take action. To evolve is to perpetually take action. If we want to hit our mission of having a day of calm, thank you everyone for putting that in there. That's great to see. Then if more people were doing this, imagine how that's going to get to younger generations. Because here's the really harsh truth. You can't give to others what you don't give to yourself. Let me rephrase that. You can't give to others what you don't give yourself. If you do not allow yourself to receive gratitude, you might give words of thanks and gratitude to another, but if you can't receive it, you don't know how to give it. And I want you to be able to build a practice and habit of being able to go, okay, what do I have? What am I grateful for? Okay, I've got 50 cents. Okay, I'm grateful I know what's in my bank account right now. That's right. You can't give to others what you don't give to yourself. Someone just played it back. Thank you. I'm glad that was a key for you. And so this whole idea of going, okay, I got the 50 cents. What do I do with it now? See how gratitude has a bias towards action? And by the way, that you can't give to others what you don't give to yourself, little ditty there that I'm talking about. I've talked about this a lot in front of audiences of parents. And the parents, I've every single time parents have stood up, literally stood up in the audience and said something in the lines of, how dare you? I'm like, what? Now I know what they're talking about when they do it. They go, how dare you? I love my child. And don't you dare tell me that because I don't love myself, I don't love my child. And I remember the first time that happened, I said, I'm not saying you don't love your child. But here's my question for you. What depth of love are you withholding because you don't love yourself? What conscious or unconscious love are you withholding if you don't love yourself? Like, well, I love my child. I know you love your child. But I tell you, when you learn to appreciate your inner child and yourself, you're going to love your child in ways that your child has never received. Mark my word. So you can't give to others what you don't give to yourself. So I want to give you an example of what this looks like. So I'm going to bring a picture up on the screen. And if you're watching this as a replay, I'd love for you to be able to participate in this as well. I'm going to bring a picture on the screen for about 10 seconds. I'm probably going to cheat you a little bit of time there because, you know, I feel like playing games. I'm going to bring something up on the screen, a picture, and I want you to make mental note. Do not take a screenshot. Do not write anything down. If you want to get the most from this exercise, literally just look at the screen for the 10 seconds. I'm going to bring this image up on the screen. And I want you to make mental note to yourself of everything that is the color red. Everything that's the color red. What does this have to do with gratitude? Don't you worry. We'll come to the gratitude part, I promise. I prom. All right, so I'm going to bring a picture up on the screen. 10 seconds. And I want you to make mental note only. No screenshots, no taking a picture. Mental note only of everything that's the color red. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. In the chat section, I want you to write down everything that was the color green. Go. Write down everything that was the color green from your memory. Anybody? Anybody at all? Tape? Nope, I'm asking for the color green, Sarzinia. Everything that was the color green. Got nothing, but I just had it up for 10 seconds and it was a nice, smooth, slow. Well, I do give it to Sarzinia that there is definitely a green pen. And actually, now that I look at it, there was some green tape in there. But not fair, Michael. I see someone writing in the chat section there. But why is it that you couldn't see it? Right? There it is. There it is right there. Now you can see everything green. You can see that there's a notepad, there's a pen cap, another pen cap, the tape that Sarzinia said, some sort of mechanical pencil there. I know there's some more green in here if I look for a second because I used to see it in the past, right? There's some another pen that's over here as well. And right, but why is it we couldn't see it? Because garbage in, garbage out. When we tell ourselves, like when you're buying a new car, what's the only kind of advertisements all of a sudden you see? Car ads, right? When you're moving, what's the only thing you see on the street corner? Cardboard boxes, right? Because your brain's focused on these, but they've always been there. Cardboard boxes have always been there. Car ads have always been there. But the moment your brain is like, ooh, this is something that we want to watch out for. Like in New York City, apartments are like crazy. I'm not looking for an apartment, so I don't see the ads. But I remember the times when I was. I'm like, ads for apartments everywhere. And I know they're still there. So when you wake up in the morning and you go, this is an awful life. This isn't any good. It's an unfair world. It's a cruel world. The man or woman is holding me back. It's my parents' fault. It's society's fault. It's the school district's fault. When we wake up with that, the brain, just like when you see all the car ads or the boxes on the side of the street or the red that's in the junk drawer, your brain goes, what's that? You want me to show you all the reasons the school district is awful, it's your parents' fault, that this is your old spouse's fault, your partner's fault, your kid's not smart enough. What? Your brain's going to go, how? Let me validate that parking ticket for you. No problem, madam. No problem, sir. But when we wake up and we go, okay, I might not be where I want to be. Yeah, but what's better today than yesterday? What am I grateful for in this moment? Your brain goes, what's that? You want me to show you everything that you're grateful for? Oh, okay. Wow, yeah. You have modern technologies. You have electricity. Your body's working, or at least most of it. You've got people that support you. You've at least got the internet. I know you got that much. So the practice of gratitude helps bring your glasses, your lenses, your prescription into focus of at least going, well, what do I have? So if you don't like the word gratitude, at least go, well, what do I have? What do I have? So I want everyone to put in the comment section right now, and if you're watching this as a replay, I want you to do that too. What's something right now where you are looking at what you don't have more? An area of your life. Like I do it, right? Celia and I are both in the same industry. We have followings that are very loyal to our missions. But I will often catch myself being like, oh, but I only have 5,200 loyal followers, right? Well, I don't know. This person over here has 5 million. And now I'm in the comparison trap. So what's an area in your life where you tend to focus on what you don't have versus what you do have? I'll do it with money, right? I'll sometimes do it with health. My weight, I'll do it with my weight a lot. Oh, I'm not the ideal weight my doctor wants me to be at. And so gratitude is going, what do I have? So I could take action for it. Still want to see some of your thoughts on this, everyone, on what you believe, right? Time with your kids, Celia says. That's right. That's right. And so, okay, well, what time do I have with them? And then you go, oh, you know what? I've got a 10-minute phone call later today. Great. In that phone call, I'm going to say, and Celia, I'm totally paraphrasing and making stuff up here in my own head, but I'm just showing how gratitude has a bias towards action. Productive gratitude versus debilitating gratitude has a bias of action. Annabam, would love to hear what your thoughts are on this. I know you're here still. So in that call, you can go, oh, you know, I got 10 minutes. While I'm in that call, I'm going to say, how can we do something using the intro web to spend more time together? Or something, right? Because the gratitude makes you go, oh, I got 10 minutes. What can I do with that 10 minutes to get more time? Or to get more of what I want from them? Or to let them know, blah, 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 right? We could just keep going with that. So especially, I made a last minute pivot here, Celia, based off of what we said at the very beginning. Yeah, Sarzinia, resources to a more comfortable life. Yeah. And ironically, I don't know if ironic is the right word. Interestingly enough, like we said at the very beginning, I work with a lot of people who have a lot of resources, more resources than some of us, if not all of us, will ever see. And they feel empty, right? So what do I have to build the resources? What resources do I have that I want, that I have right now? And how can, right? And that makes you go, well, this is what I got, right? What am I grateful for? I'm grateful that I know I want this much of that resource. I'm grateful that I'm willing to work for that resource. So what would it look like for me to attain that resource? Because the moment we go, I don't have the resources, the moment we have that, we can't find quality solutions. I'm going to say this one again. When we are doing stinking thinking, negative thinking, focusing on what we don't have, focusing on the red in the junk drawer, you will not find quality solutions. You just won't. You push back on me on this one. Challenge me. You'll find solutions. But the quality of the questions you ask yourself are in direct proportion to the quality of the solutions you find for yourself. The quality of the questions you ask yourself are in direct proportion to the quality of your relationships with your children. The quality of the questions you ask yourself are in direct proportion to the size of your bank account. Like we could fill in the blank for any of those things there. Anna Pam, love that you're loving the energy. I love your energy too. I see it in your fingertips, typing it out over there. And again, if you're watching this as a replay, what am I going to say? Keep typing. So one of the things that I'm going to make a pivot on right now, especially now that I saw that video right before I came online and talking to Celia right at the very beginning, is like mindset is everything. Like I have so many practices and rituals and processes to keep myself or get myself into a positive, into a state and a mindset that serves me so that I can come up with quality solutions for those in my care, like you watching me for this 45 minutes to hour. Celia, by the way, you can just put in the chat section, can I go to the top of the hour? or do I need to end at 45? Because I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. So emotions. It's really easy to have. I even run a challenge called the Negative Thinking Detox. In fact, it starts on Monday. So my next one. So I do these 5-day challenges because I promised myself, like, if I could figure out how to stop having so much rumination, negative rumination, debilitating rumination, negative thinking, feelings of guilt, feelings of anxiety, constantly feeling suffocated by my own emotions. I was like, if I could figure this out, I will teach it to anyone that will listen, as I am doing right now. And so I want to teach what it would look like to have gratitude for emotions, right? Because how we feel or how we fear impact the quality of our questions that we ask ourselves. And the quality of our questions, what do I have? What am I grateful for? Leads to better self-care. If you go, why does my life stink so much? You're not going to have a good self-care practice. You're just not. Because you're what you focus on is giving you that. And so gratitude has the bias to finding quality solutions. It starts with what I do have. Because when I start with what I don't have, I wish that I had the 64 crayon box while someone over there only, but I only have 2 crayons. But guess what? A few paintings, a few pictures drawn with two colors, 2 crayons sell for millions and millions of dollars. Because the artist, who was it? Pollock? Kevin Pollock? Keith Pollock? What's his name? Pollock didn't go, oh, I only have 4 buckets of paint. This sucks. Like, he didn't do it. So what am I going to do? I got a wall, got 4 buckets of paint. I know it's more complicated than that for the artists in the room. So, Xenia, sometimes you feel ungrateful when things get overwhelming. Yeah. But our outlook and mindset will make a huge difference. So, love what Sorzini is saying in the chat section. Because what she's saying in the chat section there is when I get overwhelmed and I can't harness it, I can't find the solution on the way out. Overwhelm is a normal thing. It just means overwhelm is simply, I have 50 potatoes and I only have a bag that fits 10 potatoes. That's overwhelm. And so we go, whoa, what do I have right now? I've got 30 minutes and a few minutes. What do I have right now? The awareness that I got 50 potatoes. Now, I'm so happy for that. I'm going to have to tell somebody, like, so what can I do with this? Well, I can make mashed potatoes and I can make them stick in. Okay. How could you take your, right? And I'm speaking in an analogy. I'm not speaking literally, though I guess we could talk literally too. If you've got to get potatoes from one end of the parking lot to the other. So one of the biggest things to practice is gratitude for emotions. And right, how many of you have habitually or pathologically tried to run away or hide from emotions that don't serve you? Anger, guilt, anxiety. I know I used to do it all the time. I still do it, but now I catch it faster. Because here's the thing, we're going to have negative emotions. We can't stop that from happening. So think of your life like a dashboard. I know it's a little covered there. I'll bring it back up over here instead. Think of your life, your body. This is our vehicle. Whether you like your vehicle or not, is how you get into the next place. It's how you serve others. It's how you change the fabric of our cultural fabric of our society so our children can grow up in a more psychologically safe environment. Imagine your vehicle has a dashboard, which it does, but it doesn't look like this. And at the bottom, it's got those lights that light up. I'm a New Yorker, so I don't have a car. I just rent a car. I get Zipcar. But when I get in the car, turn it on, all these lights light up, and then they hopefully go off. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, low gas. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, check engine. Sometimes windshield wiper fluid, right? But when I see, so right now, let's just go down this analogy. If I'm driving down the highway, I'm here in New York City. So if I'm driving down I-95, and the low fuel light goes on and I ignore it, what happens? What's inevitably going to occur if the low fuel light goes on and I am destined, or a low fuel light goes on and I ignore the low fuel light, I run out of gas. And not only do I run out of gas, my car stalls in the middle of a 6-lane highway, and I'm not only being dangerous to myself, but I'm a danger to everybody else that's in probably 1,000 radius of me as well, on both sides of I-95, of both sides of the highway. So let's look at our bodies, these vehicles, as having a dashboard. But our dashboards instead are emotions. So Sarzinia, I'm a formal debilitated people pleaser. I still like pleasing people. But as a debilitated people pleaser, I'm in a marriage now to Lauren. It's like a fantasy. I love to talk about it more. We can all grab a cup of tea and talk about it. It's like awesome. But I got in a marriage that didn't serve me because I was a people pleaser. I stayed in jobs longer than I needed to because it didn't serve me. Because I was ignoring during those times the lights on the dashboard like joy, anger, fear, sadness, or disgust. And so therefore I wasn't paying attention to my needs. And it's so easy, as Sarzinia, you say, oh, I'm a people pleaser. Hey, spot it, you got it, right? Right here. I know one. And so if we ignore what our emotions are telling us, it's like driving the car with the check engine light or the low fuel or the hydraulics are out light or tire pressure low light. And then you cause damage to yourself and everybody around you. And we could spend hours just sitting and talking about this. So instead of running away from the emotions, I say, let's go into the fire. It's the only, I haven't found another way. I just haven't. So here's the good thing about emotions. They mean something. Emotions have been here before we had, what am I on right now? Stream Deck? What's this platform? Whatever it's called. Facebook or YouTube, the internet, electricity. Emotions have been around before societies. Emotions have been around before we even knew what people pleasing was. So joy has a user's manual. Anger has a user's manual. Fear has a user's manual. Sadness has a user's manual. Oh, thanks, whoever put that up on the screen. Yeah, legacyofyou.com. You can join the Negative Thinking Detox Challenge. It's free. Free! That's how I like to call it. And it's just my gift back to those who helped me learn the tools. So here's what I want y'all to do. I want you to right now pick, right now, I don't want to know your scenario. I do not want to know your scenario. Not today. Pick one of the emotions. It's a little far away on the screen. Joy, like what's an emotion right now you're feeling lately really with a lot of intensity? Are you feeling joy, anger, fear, sadness, or disgust? Pick one of them. And I challenge you to pick one that you've been hiding from, especially like Sarzinia was saying. Really easy to run away from it. So what's an emotion that lately, not right this second necessarily, maybe it's happening now too. What's an emotion that you're feeling really intensely? I'm going to show you how to use gratitude with this emotion in a way that it will like blew my mind when I started to understand it. Joy, anger, fear, sadness, or disgust. So just put in the chat section, what's an emotion that lately, maybe there's an incident that you're just feeling a super strong draw towards that emotion. And maybe there's two of them, and that's fine. But put that in the chat section. So I'll think of one for myself while you think of yours. Fear. I got a fear one. Got a total fear one in my head. Again, I don't need to know your scenario. I don't want you to tell the scenario. So Xenia, anger. Beautiful. Fear. Great. So let's pull up. Like I said, I'm a New Yorker. Don't have a car. So when those little lights go on, I got to go into the glove compartment of the car, of the rental. And I got to look at the user's manual. So let's look at the user's manual. And I want to give credit where credit's due. I learned this tool roughly, loosely from the Conscious Leadership Group. I don't know where they got it from, but then we adapted it for our work. Joy, what do you feel grateful for in the moment? But let's go to the one. So we got an anger in here. What's not alignment for you in this moment? What needs to be changed to move forward? So Sarzinia, I don't need you to put your answer in the chat section, but I at least want you to think it. You can put it in the chat section you want. For those of you who wrote fear in the chat section, I want you to go, all right, what's the moment here to teach me? What do I need to pay attention to? What's it time to confront? And I'll do it right now because I told you my scenario is fear. I need to put the brakes on something, and I need to approach the other individual and say, we got to put the brakes on it, and we got to meet together to walk through it, because I'm really scared right now that we're doing harm to our community. Otherwise, I'd go to bed ruminating about it if I didn't actually do this work. If sadness is your emotion and that's lighting up on the dashboard light, what do you need to let go of or mourn? What do you need to mourn? And if, what's the last one? Disgust is there, especially, right? Disgust, what's challenging my beliefs? What do I think is poisonous to me? What do I need to block? Now, I'm here in America. I saw, one of you at least is out in India, but we're about to go into probably, I'm not much into politics, but probably one of the most tumultuous political elections that this country's ever seen, probably. That's at least my prediction. And so these emotions, if we don't know what's going inside of ourselves here, we're going to totally not serve ourselves. But notice what I'm doing here. Notice what's up on the screen in the user's manual, a bunch of questions. So I want everyone to finish this statement. And if you're watching this as a replay, what do I want you to do? I want you to still put your answer in the comment section, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Facebook. I've got like screens all over the place with YouTube and Facebook, and then the stream deck here, totally forgetting the name of the platform. It's not important, but totally got all these screens up, watching what you're all typing. So I want you to finish this sentence. Oh, that was a Freudian slip. I want you to finish the sentence. I'm grateful to be aware that my emotion is telling me. So I'll finish the sentence. So I'm grateful to be aware that my emotion is telling me that we're doing harm to our community. I'm grateful to be aware that my emotion is telling me to put the brakes down, even if it hurts someone else's feelings. So I want you to write this full sentence out with your answer now that we talked about what is the emotion here to teach you. So I want you to take the time to type it. I'm grateful to be aware that my emotion is telling me that it's okay to feel what I feel. Like, there's no answer to this. Sorzinium, I'm grateful to be aware that my emotion is telling me to stop helping people that don't want to help themselves so they can learn on their own, right? And Sarzinia, just approaching the anger, right? Approaching the anger from this way, by you typing that, you might not know right this moment what to do with that, but how does that make you feel now, knowing that you've found the gratitude for the anger? I don't want you to feel angry for very long, but here's the thing about emotions. For those of you still typing, I'll leave it in the background. So Lauren, my wife, when I met her, I was like, she can't really be that happy. She can't. There's no way this crazy woman is actually this happy. It's got to be fake. But every time I met her, I'm like, but it seems very real. How can she be this happy all the damn time? Then I saw her angry one day. And then I learned, oh, you know what? And it's not just from her, but it's also from my other experiences. But Lauren validated it by her lifestyle and the way she lives. Happy people aren't happy all the time. They allow emotions to be transient. Emotions are designed to be in our body for 90 seconds. But as humans, we really screw that one up quite a bit. So if all emotions, anger and sadness and disgust and fear, are all designed to be transient, what does that mean about happiness? it's also designed to be transient as well. So you're grateful to be aware that your emotion is telling you to appreciate this time in the present moment. Cool. That's right. And then you can go, okay, so what do I do? Do you see, yes or no? Do you see how gratitude, if practiced, has a bias towards action? Yes or no? If you don't see it, then I'll spend more time. We'll do whatever we need to do. My wife's on vacation today, so I got all the time in the world. Celia's like, no, Michael, you do not have all the time in the world. Good. Great. So what I want you to do, hold on. So what I want you to do, I'm just looking, I'm trying to, yeah, let's just go right here. So here we go. I want you to answer these questions. For those of you watching the replay, what do I want you to do? Yep, still want you to put it in the comment section. So I want you to each write down this answer. Hannah Bam, haven't seen you in a while. If you're there, would love to see your answers. He's like, I'm doing something. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's okay. We'll all get by. I want you to answer the first question. To exercise self-care through gratitude, I commit to. What do you commit to? Oh, there he is. Hey, Hannah Bam. I don't know if I hope I'm saying your name right. Am I? It's a beautiful name. It's a really nice name. To exercise self-care through gratitude, I commit to. Put your answer in the comment section. Normally, I'd play music here, but I know we're streaming to multiple platforms, and even though I have royalty-free music, it sometimes confuses certain platforms, and I don't want to play it. So I'll hum. I can play music? Oh, great. Here we go. So it's all royalty free, Celia. So that if anyone challenges it, challenge it. It's royalty free. So to exercise self-care through gratitude, I commit to prioritizing yourself. Damn Skippy. Can you hear the music in the background? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hopefully this works. Let me know if this works. All right, so you should hear music now. Just give me a mic check here. You hear the music now? Great. So, I commit to being thankful. Beautiful. Next question. Oops. Because of my commitment, I will get to. Finish that sentence. Because of, Anna Pam, your commitment of being thankful, you will get to. What will you get to do? What will you experience? What do you hypothesize will occur? Sardinia, to prioritize yourself, what will you get to do? Like what? And it's okay if you don't know. What do you hypothesize? What do you think might happen if you actually took action on your commitment? Have more positive outlook on your challenges. That's right. Guess what? I hate to break it to y'all. We're going to have challenges. They ain't going anywhere. Dopamine, happy hormones. Damn Skippy. Yeah. I got a trampoline in my other room just so I could feel more dopamine. And then my third question here. If I don't make changes, it will really cost me. What will it really cost you? And if you're watching this as a replay, I want you to put your answers in there too. If you don't make changes, what will it really cost you? So your joy. If you don't have the joy, what will that cost you? I want you to go deeper. Sardinia, if you get burnout, what will that cost you? I want you to go deeper. Go deeper. This ain't enough. This is like looking at the surface of the road being like, it's all together, but when you get down there in the microscope, there's a lot of cracks. Goosebumps moments. So Anna Pam, it'll cost you everything. So if it costs you everything, what's that going to cost you? You can see the quality of the questions we ask ourselves, the quality of our gratitude, the quality of our focus. Change your focus, change your life, change the way you think, change the way you feel. Yeah, hitting the mark on your mission and purpose. In fact, I recently heard that the word, and I looked it up, the word sin, the original word actually means, hey, Kunal, awesome seeing you here. The word sin actually means to miss the mark. And so what I'm saying is, if we do not pay attention to the emotions, it's a sin, because we will miss the mark. I don't care what connotation or context sin has for you, but not living a life purpose and filling out a mission or a calling, that to me is a sin. Celia's father's contribution to the world, awesome. But wow, to miss the mark on being able to celebrate the joy, if we just listened to our emotions and had some gratitude for it, whether it's fear or inferiority or imposter syndrome. Or I work with people with imposter syndrome that I'm like, what are you talking about? All right. So Celia said at the very beginning, I run a group on Facebook called the Gratitude Slam, where it's a free platform on Facebook. Don't know how much longer it'll be on Facebook because I don't know how long Facebook's going to be here. But for right now, it's here. And I would absolutely love to host you all on the Gratitude Slam. It's free. And we do daily reflection practices where I ask questions that will, with my intention of having you answer them on a daily basis so that you can keep looking in the mirror and going, wow, it's good. It's good. It's good. And if you want to join the Negative Thinking Detox Challenge, if you want to join, the Negative Thinking Detox Challenge, you can direct message me or find me, and we can go from there. So here's my question for you. We've taken quite a bit of a journey. And my question for you, what's your biggest key of the day? What's your biggest takeaway of us being together? So here's what we went over. We didn't go over receiving gratitude. I changed a few things up. We created space. We defined self-care. We looked at the emotion dashboard. We didn't do the lily pads today. We did you get what you focus on. Quality of the questions you ask yourself. What's your biggest key of the day? What's your biggest thing? What unlocked for you by being here? Why was this last hour in your life? Why was it here? So I want you to put your answers in the chat section. Celia, if you're here, let's bring you back on. I'd love to hear what your key is as well. Hey, Celia. Woo!
Hey, Michael. What a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah, so I think I put mine is diving deeper into yourself, asking yourself questions. You know, I being, a coach and advisor and counselor to other people, would go into the 5 whys. Somebody states something, ask why again, ask why again, ask why again, but ask it to yourself. I love that because so often you miss that part.
We got to give it here first. And if we're missing it for ourselves, imagine how many opportunities we're missing for our clients as coaches, right? I know you eat your own food, right? A lot of my coaches, we got to eat our own food. Like if we're serving it out, we got to eat it too. And so I'm really careful that I'm making sure I'm eating my food before I serve it, to make sure that it works. So same kind of thing. But it's easy to go, oh, I'm offering this to everyone else, but I'm not doing it for myself. And then I go, oh my God, if I did it for myself, imagine how much stronger I'd be able to do it for everyone else.
Right. I'll tell my daughter something, who is also Lauren.
Good name.
And she'll look at me. I agree. She'll look at me and go, okay, Mom, what would you tell your clients? I'm like, okay, good suggestion on that one.
It's a really good one. By the way, Sarzenia put in there, giving importance to our emotions. Yeah. Especially if you do identify as a people pleaser, right? If you like pleasing people, I love to be liked. I like to be loved. but I will no longer allow that, Sarzinia, to prevent me from living a life on my terms, right?
And that's one of the reasons I'm also so adamant about parents yelling at kids, because parents that yell at children, they come out two ways. Either they come out filled with anger and rage and become those aggressive humans, or they come out people pleasers. That's where people pleasers come from, because they want to keep the calm. They want to avoid confrontation. I've been a people pleaser for a long time. Want to avoid the confrontation at all costs. Okay, if everybody's happy, no arguments, no screaming, no yelling. And that's, that's part of my mission, is being so intentional to create this calm, respectful communication to your children, but also, as you brought up, to yourself.
And you can, if you don't have it here, you can't bring it out. You could try, you could do it, you could go through the motions, but you truly don't know, right? You spot it, you got it. Like, oh, I know it calm. Now at this point in my life, I'm 45 now, and I'm like, oh my God, it took me to like 38 years old to go, oh, I can feel at peace even when people are angry at me. Or Sarzinia, I know this is going to sound crazy to you, or even if people disapprove of me, right? As a people pleaser, because I fell on that side of the fence too.
Right. And it's, and the good thing is we're people pleasers. So we have decided to make it our work to help people be happier and calmer. I'm like, when I created the International Day of Calm, I'm like, the ultimate people pleasing move.
It's the ultimate.
I'm going to calm the whole world.
I have no problem being a people pleaser as long as I go, but I know I can't solve everyone's whatever it is.
You can be there to help. They have to be there to receive.
That's right. And even if they are receiving and they're taking too much, like, you got to set a boundary,
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because there are a lot of people that are just takers and they forget about the giving part. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having
it's
me.
funny when I said that we met on Periscope, I'm like, how long ago was that?
So the Gratitude Slam, I did Periscope in 2017, 15, 16. Yeah, 2015. My friend Stephanie Curry introduced it to me walking down the streets of New York. I was like, wow, this is a great platform for me. And then Periscope went defunct. Facebook Live came about, and that's why I ended up on Facebook.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, eventually the CD got put out of it. The CD got put out of business by digital music, so the Gratitude Slam will move somewhere. But we've got a big community. We've got over 5,100 people, and most of them participate.
Fabulous.
Yeah,
fabulous.
Really nice. Yeah.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for
your
wisdom,
everyone.
Your energy. Truly enjoyed having you here, and I hope you continue on your day and you get a chance to watch day 3.
I look forward to watching day 3. Thanks, Celia.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, everyone else in the chat. Bye.
Okay, so back here, closing out day 2 of the International Day of Calm 3-day summit. And I hope it has been really impactful for you. I hope this group of speakers, that had so much to share, I hope you found at least one piece of advice that you really thought, I can start doing this. This is what I can do. And you take that piece of advice, you write it down, and you take action on it. I told you about Peppa yesterday. Instead of reacting, Peppa, pause, evaluate, plan, and act. That's my acronym for being really intentional. And you can do this with everything, not just avoiding yelling, not just avoiding aggravation, not just avoiding things that irritate you. You can do that for every aspect of your life. You can Peppa, those are chickens. Chickens can Peppa. You can Peppa for everything in your life. Anything you approach, you can be like, wait, let me pause. Let me take a step back. Let me evaluate this. Let me plan out the most productive, constructive way. And now I'll take action on that plan. So bring Peppa into your life. I know he's a pig or she. I recently, like, I always thought it was a boy. I think I found out a year ago or so that Peppa's a girl, but it's hard to tell. Anyway, Peppa is a girl. So you can bring Peppa into your life, but drop a P. Drop the P because it's not a pig. So one P gone because it's not a pig. It's to really get control over your emotions, give you the opportunity to view whatever the situation is in a brighter light, a more constructive light, a more productive light, and a light that allows you to shine. So Peppa, pause, evaluate, plan, act. Tomorrow, we have a huge lineup of speakers that we're really working on being proactive with your relationships. I think you'll really enjoy tomorrow. Don't miss it. It's the last day of the Day of Calm 3-day summit. And if you missed any speakers or you want to share them or you want to watch again, they are all recorded on our Day of Calm YouTube channel. So check it out, subscribe, like, ring the bell, do whatever you have to do to notify you that we're going live. Comment. It's all part of the algorithm. Get involved. We love having you. And I believe that closes out today. We're going to watch a few short videos. We really would love if you feel this mission hits home for you, if you would be willing to donate whatever you can to our cause, to our school over in Uganda. Keep this mission going strong forward. Keep the conference going and all of our year-round calm projects. If you have a school or you know of a nursery school or elementary school, high school, university that would like to participate, would like to get trainings from me and others, we offer that at no charge. Please reach out to us. That's part of our mission, is to really do calm trainings to everybody so we can really make an impact on this world. And there's a whole new initiative coming very soon that you'll all hear about. So make sure you're on our mail list and make sure you're keeping in touch. We're going to see you tomorrow. As always, my friends, I wish you peace, love, tons of laughter. Really is the best medicine. Keep calm, keep moving forward, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nasaran Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.